But I was personally, hello.
Hello. Yeah. Yeah. Hi, everybody. So, because I am a man of my word, I'm watching Andor season one despite my Star Wars blacklist until the hopefully soon death or retirement of Kathleen Kennedy. Um,
Imminent.
whichever comes first.
You're
Whichever
like,
comes first.
I
Whichever
imagine
comes
you're.
first.
I imagine you're a fan of Andor too.
who, me?
Yeah, maybe.
I have actually not been engaging with this. I see this as an opportunity to. I've heard things about it.
Ah, interesting.
I'm interested in it. I mean, from what I hear about it, it's sort of like
The only good thing to come out of Disney, come out of Star Wars for the
it's
past
the most
35 years.
yes. I hear it is the most legitimately artistic thing, which is a different thing than good.
Yes,
But I digress.
like there's actual themes and substance within this show, and a lot of people say the dialogue is better than like House of the Dragon. I've noticed.
That's not a high bar in some cases.
No,
House of the
season
Dragon
one. How,
is.
how, how, how would just season one of House of the Dragon?
Uh, well,
Because this show came out the same year as season one of House of the Dragon.
I'd say that. Well, actually, yeah, I think maybe. Yeah, actually, House of the Dragon has some decent
Sorry about
dialogue.
that.
It's mainly in season two that the dialogue. Well, actually, even the dialogue. It's mostly just the storytelling that is just kind of dumb, especially around Rhaenyra.
Oh, that's
Uh,
yeah. House of the Dragon season 2 got horrendous.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
major
but
problem.
when I say House of the Dragon, I say season one because this show came out the same year as season one. And a lot of people are kind of comparing it because Andor and like season one of House of the Dragon were like the only forms of, like high quality and high budget prestige television that came out.
Mm,
Yeah.
yes. Alrighty. So, due to
Wait,
and I
oh, and season six of Better Call Saul also came out this year. Wow, this is a decent year, all things considered, for TV.
yeah. Yep. So as I promised Raptor, we would be watching, because I lost the bet, we're going to be watching Andor.
Yes, yes.
Because I don't really like. I was saying this to Raptor a little bit in the back room. I don't really care much about Andor. I my thought is Raptor is probably thinking that thinking along the lines of, oh, he'll see the quality. I'm like, yeah, I'll see the quality, but that doesn't change the fact that I have no investment. I don't care. And the other big problem is I didn't care about this to the degree where I just spoiled myself on the whole season, and just because I was like, I'm interested in knowing about the show, but I'm not interested in watching the show in its entirety. Now, I watched first little bit of EFAP's breakdown of it. I think like the first hour or so, hour and a half. And then I just kind of lost interest and moved out, did other things. Maybe I even just lost my place. But it was just kind of this is my first time watching it. It's one of those things where I'm willing to defend the show as good, even though I've never watched it. Mainly because I think a lot of the complaints against are asinine.
Yeah.
Like a freaking Star Wars theory.
Yeah, yeah, he was complaining about the fact that since Andor has like bricks and screws, it's not real Star Wars.
That's ridiculous. I am gonna love like defending the stuff in this movie that needs to be defended. Not movie, but you know what I'm trying to say. And like just hating the things that I know I'm almost certain I'm gonna hate.
Yeah. Well, the thing with Andor is the fact that it likes to explore how empires and rebellions function and how they kind of define each other. And there's a lot of philosophical conflict within the show as well, based off of everybody's different interpretations of rebellion and what is required of one to sacrifice oneself in order to devote themselves to rebellion against an oppressive regime. And there's a lot of real world historical perils that you can pick up on while you watch the show as well. Because the Empire is pretty much like an amalgamation between multiple different empires across the world, and of course, like in ancient history.
I'm curious.
And the first, I will say the first 2 episodes were really slow, but the third episode is when things get really kick off. Third episode, I realized, okay, this show has some teeth. Because I wasn't initially hooked on the first 2 episodes, but my god, all that setup resulted in very, very significant payoffs that were well worth it.
Mm.
And the show actually utilizes flashbacks in a very fascinating way because there's no dialogue within the flashbacks. A lot of it is visual storytelling, and that actually gives Cassian's motivation and basically main worldview a lot more weight as a result. Because it's something you have to pick up on. Like Cassian's character arc is probably one of the most subtle character arcs I've seen in a recent show or any film. Because a lot of people even say that Cassian doesn't have a character arc because of how subtle it is.
Mm. Yeah. I think one thing that's very interesting in the conversation about one of the things that has kind of been interesting to me about the whole Andor thing is more that the discussion around Andor is more interesting than the show itself to me at this point.
That's fair.
I'm just weird. Yeah. Since I'm like, it's more interesting to kind of see morons like Star Wars Theory crash out about it, or just say really, really stupid stuff, and just kind of have it act as a, for lack of a better term, retardometer.
Well, no.
Where it's just clear. Oh, so really, it seems like really stupid people don't like the show, and there's some like dumb people that like the show, like Just Right, Patrick Willems. But then you have people
Patrick
like
Willems concerning Andor, but you know.
I imagine he probably does. Patrick Willems is kind of the like stereotypical like art bro loser, art bro weirdo.
Mm-hmm. And don't worry, Crimson, you're not going to see any lightsabers. So
I mean, I can go in on all of, like, I can talk for hours about how much I love and hate Star Wars at this point.
I mean, that's fair. Also, you skip the intro, the Andor intro. The Andor intro is actually really fascinating because every time you see it, the sound, the intro music changes. It has the same motif, but with a different orchestration.
Okay.
And also, when I first saw this episode, I knew immediately, okay, this show feels different than your average Star Wars film or show. Like, actually pays attention to color grading, cinematography, lighting.
Yeah, no.
It looks interesting.
I know one of the funny things that was commented upon was that this shouldn't have a brothel in Star Wars. It's like, what do you think Twi'leks exist for?
Also, like, there are brothels in the Clone Wars, and that show is intended for children.
That hurts. Hearing that kind of stuff.
Also, it's not like you see any nudity in this show or anything, so it's not over the top.
I know. I just think it's really. I just think that it was. I just think that whole thing was freaking hilarious.
Yeah.
The de-infantilization of Star Wars is like, it's so needed.
Yes.
But it doesn't need to be crass.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, I think that George did major damage to the movies with the prequels by the horrible tone problem.
I could talk for hours about I mean, I think it did damage with 6, man. Like,
I agree too.
I'm in
Return
the
of the
like,
Jedi is bad.
like I don't want to like to bury the lead on this. I'm not, or to not bury the lead on this. I'm sure I'm gonna like go all full anti-communist as I watch this, but like at least this is like taking Star Wars where it needs to go.
Yeah, Star Wars. I think kind of the problem is they need to kind of accept that the main people that like Star Wars at this point is people who are um, uh, like adults, and they need to just stop making it for kids because kids don't seem to like Star Wars anymore.
Yeah. I mean, Star Wars needs to be not juvenile, right? And the people who want to like Star Wars are people who want to not have to get their speculative fiction in like the form of like really over the top Warhammer.
Mm-hmm.
Because Warhammer is also like childish in its pretensions in places.
Yeah, Warhammer is just kind of absurd, but it understands that it's a little bit absurd.
Yeah.
The show ends.
Based on my understanding, this subplot never gets resolved, right? He never finds his sister, correct?
It does result when he never finds his sister.
Classic. I do like that kind of stuff. I love that stuff.
Yeah, because because the fact that he wasn't able to save his sister is kind of fundamental for his character, because it's that yearning, his desire to save people is ultimately what drives him. Like, we don't immediately see the Primor Authority sentry guards. We just hear their voices. Gives him more intimidation.
Yeah, and also
It could mean that the laws just come to apply now. It,
I do like the banality of this.
Yeah, they're just envious by the fact that a prostitute that they liked Casper more than them, because he kept annoying the prostitute, and that's all this is, really. And because they're guards, they're using that authority to and abusing it because of a very petty reason. It said bash against concrete. Uh-oh.
He's obviously gonna murder this guy too.
I mean, he's an eyewitness.
He's like, why should I trust you?
Cassie's also mortified by this too.
I do like that Andor is competent enough to realize that this guy is full of crap.
Yes.
It takes itself seriously. It's respectable in that sense.
Okay, good use of a pee joke.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the humor is extremely scarce in this show, but when it occurs, it actually lands.
Very unlike The Last Jedi, which is kind of a, it is very much
Yeah,
an
which also
anti-comedy.
sacrifices character for comedy. That's bad.
Yeah.
I also like how a lot of the characters that are
Mm.
either being oppressed by the Empire are usually shown wearing like reds and yellows, very expressive, vibrant colors, compared to the Empire, which is boasting of prides of cold blues and whites and darks, which are very artificial and almost like life threatening. And this is around the Clone Wars, or at least the last year of the Clone Wars, I believe. By the time these flashbacks take place.
Mm.
I also like the artistic choice not to actually know specifically what the people of Kanari are actually talking about with dialogue. Subtext is also always interpretive. I thought of you were gay. Oh no. Well,
Well, she's not wrong. It's just the wrong reasons.
I do like the attention to detail of lies taking up more power reserves than regular dialogue prompts. Because it actually does make sense if you think about it. Oh god. The scene when my best friend and I were watching this show, there's an extra that occurs in the background that's just had us dying. He's about to show up soon. Yeah, there he is. He's the guy with the weird smile on his face. He called him Chief. As in like Chief the Killer.
Never heard of him.
Well, as in well, it's making fun of like Jeff the Killer. But there's a name that drops later on that's called Chief, and it sounds like Jeff, and that's what we named him. He looks really weird. I also like the impression you definitely get that Ferrex is extremely like a local community. It's not very centralized.
This is some good reason.
Well, that scene beautifully demonstrated that these guys are long-term friends. And the fact that Brasso made Cassian's alibi better is such a great way of showcasing that he is going along with it without explicitly saying so.
It also shows their friendship very quickly.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. But saying like, oh, we've been friends for like 20 years now or something. Oh, this scene is what made me kind of interested in Andor, like significantly.
Cyril. Well, this guy is also Game of Thrones, I believe, as well as
Yeah.
Braveheart. So, That's actually very clever. I like that.
Mhm.
It's like, we don't care.
Mhm.
That's actually really smart that he's like, we don't care about these people.
Yeah,
We care
I
about
love
bottom line.
I love how the show depicts bureaucracy because it's not cartoonish. There's actually some level of nuance behind why these people make these decisions, but it's still annoying.
Yeah. And he goes about it matter of factly. It's just like, this affects
Yeah.
our bottom line. We do not want to draw attention. Stop up worrying about this, you
Yeah, and
moron.
I also like how despite the fact he's more experienced than Cyril, his clothing is really wrinkly. He doesn't really care if it looks prestige or not, like because at the end of the day, he's not interested in upholding the main values of the corporation. Only Cyril is.
Yeah, he's not sincere, right? He's cynical about his position,
Yes.
which, for the record, is worse than the true believer.
And there is Wissia's favorite waifu.
Let's go. We're simping, boys.
Yeah, actually, the link to the theater is in the private chat. Is also in the YouTube chat.
Hey yo, I'm a little late. I'm at work. Currently with a coworker. I'll just be listening and muted for a little bit.
Okay.
Hey. Yeah, watching the show, I do kind of see more and more the fact that JG plagiarism is a moron who lacks empathy. For the
Yeah.
He's such a freaking idiot. This is actually really good. It's just I'm not terribly interested in it. I'm just like I don't think that I would keep watching it if it wasn't for the bed. To be perfectly honest.
Yeah.
There's some impressive crafts on display, but it's not really something I'd be interested in watching. I do find it really funny that it beat Wheel of Time, even though it didn't get good viewership by all accounts.
Yeah. But yet somehow Wheel of Time got like 3 seasons, despite that.
Well, they got canceled. Andor just concluded.
Yeah.
Which is probably a good thing because that way they
Yeah.
couldn't ruin it.
That is true. It's interesting that Tim is he's obviously kind of envious of Cassian because Vix probably chose Tim because Tim is this regular blue collar worker compared to Cassian is a lot more adventurous and dangerous. So you can definitely tell the reason why Bix chose Tim is just to settle and relax after the crazy stuff that Cassian is up to, or usually up to.
Mhm.
And Tim kind of
I
knows
agree.
that, which is why he's a little envious by the fact that Bix and Cassian could potentially end up again.
And there was no subtitles even in the Disney
Yeah,
Plus
there
version.
isn't. A lot of it is boiled down to just how characters interact with each other and of their emotions.
It's a very impressive amount of faith in the audience, which I
Yeah.
do appreciate.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Yeah.
I also like how everyone here we're all juveniles, which kind of implies all the adults died.
Very Lord of the Flies-y,
Yeah. I also
without
like
the
how. Mhm.
child murder.
Yeah, well, you say
Yeah.
that. Well, you say that.
Okay, so there's gonna be some.
Oh, anarchy.
Mhm.
Well,
Well,
kind
I
of
also like
that's
the.
the thing. Children have a lot of sociopathic tendencies when you get right down to it.
Kind
Or is it
of.
that,
I do.
or is that sociopath have a lot of childish tendencies?
Mhm. Also
Like,
love
A
this scene.
little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
Yeah.
yeah.
I also love the scene where Cyril is just outside the door, just trying to calm himself before doing something that he's not very used to doing.
It's a big Tom Cruise injury right there.
Very much middle management.
Mm-hmm. I also love in the flashback where we see Cassie decides to use the same facial painting as the leader, showcasing that
Mhm.
he heavily admires her, or at least has a crush on her or something. Seems really interesting after seeing the entire show. Because on the surface, it made it seem like Narci's just a filler character, but in the finale, he's one of the most important characters, funnily enough. He only has like 2 more scenes after this until the finale.
He just calls his bluff. That's actually really funny.
Yeah. He knows Vetch isn't going to do anything. He's just there to look intimidating. I also love how Ferrex actually feels like a living environment. Like, it's just filled with extras that all look unique.
The link is in the StreamYard your private chat to the where I'm streaming the actual movie. I will say it's kind of a nice change of pace to have a fairly competent show.
Yes.
The funny thing is that guy actually kind of looks like Ethan. I can't remember his last name from Survivor. He ended up winning season 3, I think.
Also, that guy's son he just saw is going to be one of the biggest terrorists in the show.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, he barely says anything in the entire show. Then the finale, I oh my god, he just did that. And she's pretty much like contacting the broker that distributes the items she gives him for Cassian.
And the funny thing is, I know that he loses his job because of this.
Mm-hmm.
Has to live with his mother.
Yeah, he actually receives consequences for his actions.
Yeah. Even though technically not doing the wrong thing, he's doing his job.
Yes, but it's mostly the political context associated with this because his boss warned him if things get too hot, then they're just going to replace all of us with Imperials. That's exactly what happens. I like how even though Pike was willing to lie for Cassian, he's also doubling down on his authority. Like, yeah, you're not allowed to use a ship anymore. It's kind of like appeasing both in a weird way, both his job and his friend.
Yeah. They also can't use BS force powers like they did in Kenobi.
Kenobi was funny.
Yeah, I loved EFEP when Kenobi just does giant lifts, hundreds of boulders. It just, no, he can't do that. He can't do that.
That's the problem.
That's the last time Cassie never saw his sister. You can also based off of what he says later in the show, you can interpret his last words to her saying, "I'll come back for you," which makes things really heartbreaking because he says that to another character later on, and something similar kind of happens to her. That was episode 1. Episode 2 is also pretty short, all things considered. Oh no, it's in Chinese. The worst part of every Andor episode is being forced to watch that Star Wars intro.
Yeah, where it's very much very much a masturbatory thing.
Mm-hmm.
Especially since most of those characters on there are terrible characters.
Exactly. And then the last one you see is like Beat, it's like B or BMO, who's like that little droid that Cassian interacts with, and he's like, "No, you're like the only like decent character in this roster." Yeah, this episode is called "That Would Be Me." And what's really interesting is every episode title is pretty much a line someone says in the episode that kind of embodies the main theme of the episode.
And they call it a mine.
Oh no. Yeah, that shot of this mine of Canary is actually gonna place a lot of relevance to something that the Empire is known for. Something's gonna be very relevant in season 2. Gouge mining.
Did you love a guy who takes great pride in his work?
Yes. He's basically this
Okay,
town's
Quasimodo.
he's basically this town's equivalent of Big Ben.
He's a whole Quasimodo.
Yeah. Also, Crimson, after watching the first episode, what are your thoughts on Andor so far?
I mean, it's not poorly done. I don't have any objections to it so far.
Yeah. When I first watched the first 2 episodes, I can say that they're very competent, but there's not much action or anything too. Well, serial spawning is the most interesting part of this first arc until episode 3 comes around. I was like, oh, okay, there's a lot more going for this show.
Yeah. No, I mean that's just it was a fairly standard like
what episode are we on?
2.
Episode 2.
No, we just barely started episode 2.
What did I miss? What do you guys think of episode 1?
I think it's competent. It's just not engaging to me personally. I think it's perfect.
Yeah, that was my
perfectly
thoughts
fine, just
too.
like
Yeah.
it's
Mhm.
and
was fine.
the link to this actual place where we're watching the film for the show is in the private chat. I'll post it again.
Oh, okay, that's what that link was. Gotcha. Moving on.
We just did all quite a lot front of my group the other day.
Yeah.
Okay, volume check and test. How's my mic sound? Hopefully it's not staticky.
Yeah, you said
Yeah,
that.
that sounds decent.
Good. This aux cord has been glitching on me a few times with phone calls, so I know.
Mhm.
We are showing our friend Dunn, finally, Andor. I want to see his thoughts on it.
Well,
You ever
my
seen
problem is I know pretty much everything that's going to happen already.
Yeah.
I'm like, there's no surprises. I don't really care very much about the
I
story.
think there will be a
It has
few
to-
because we didn't talk about everything. There might be a few, but you kind of know
I-
everything major.
Mhm.
Well,
But yeah, those.
I spoiled myself because I didn't care a
Mhm.
few
Oh.
years ago.
Gotcha.
I just watched I watched some Andor content. I admittedly didn't get all the way through EFAP's coverage. I was like, I kind of listened to a bit of it on my way to work, and then I just lost interest partway through.
Dang. Well, that's unfortunate. Well, I mean, in that case, I guess this watch for you will be a competency watch. You'll see how competent it is, and that'll be
Yeah,
how you'll judge it, I guess.
yeah.
I also
Yeah, I know
really
that
like this scene.
basically. Yeah, I watched Just Right summary, and that was the main summary, and it's like that pretty much goes over everything within the show.
Mhm. Thank you, Cyril.
Yeah, you're dead. Oh, that's an impressive bit of swearing.
That's what I'm talking about.
Aaron, I've never heard a Star. That's kind of language in Star Wars. It's much needed. Thank you.
Goodbye, Beef.
So yeah, so yeah, this is kind of a competency watch since I know all of the plot beats, but I'm interested to see
Yeah.
it.
Like, I'll actually go
I
in motion.
turn this up on
how many
mobile.
plot points.
It's
Uh,
I can't hear anything in the episode. It's really quiet on my end, and I can't figure out how to turn it up. Maybe I just
Maybe stream mode settings. I don't know.
maybe I just gotta get home. It might sound better on the computer.
Yeah. Might as well
Really?
just wait until you get home.
Well, I can hear you guys fine. That's what matters.
Yeah.
Sweet. My second Andor or third Andor rewatch will be with you guys. Hell yeah.
Mhm.
Love this show.
Who they're referring to is probably the best character in all of Star Wars, by the way. He's my favorite character in all of Star Wars.
Kino Loy, right?
No. Kino Lloyd doesn't show up
Spike
until episode 8.
bracket.
Yeah,
Oh, Atreides.
the Stellan Skarsgård.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so not Kino Lloyd. What is? Can't remember his name. I just know him as Stellan Skarsgård. He's the rebel who recruits.
Not.
Andor.
Well, yeah, Luthen is. Yeah, Kino Loy is in the prison arc, which takes place in episode 8.
Yeah, I'm talking. I mean,
Kino Loy is
Stellan Skarsgård.
Yeah, the character that Stellan Skarsgård plays is Luthen. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Luther. Yeah, I keep forgetting.
Luthen. Yeah, it's Andy Serkis plays Kino Loy.
Yeah, that's the name. Great
Yeah.
actor.
Yeah, amazing actor. It's totally robbed of multiple Oscars.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, but that's because
That kind of went to shit years ago.
I told
They're so
they're all
biased.
morons. They're all morons. The only good decisions they made was giving Lord of the Rings all the Oscars, specifically Return of the King.
Yeah, well, that was back in the days when they were honest.
Well, the problem was they gave a bunch of Oscars to Titanic, even though Titanic didn't deserve it.
Well, in all honesty, I think Titanic's a good movie. It is the second highest grossing for a reason. One reason I would the highest grossing, which is wild. But that's because of the spectacle. That was the best 3D movie of that era. That's the reason that movie did so well.
I love that scene where Cyril's just looking at the face of injustice right in front of him. The face he's never going to forget.
Cyril, our goodest boy.
Yeah, and I know his thing is the realization and then a sudden and shocking death.
Well, his character philosophy boils down to trying to make the galaxy safer, but he's unaware of how security can heavily exploit people.
And he also, unfortunately, has a mama's boy complex, which was a really ballsy writing move, I will admit. You have to know what you're doing to write a character like that, and they nailed it.
Yeah. Yeah, right now Cassian represents the injustice the galaxy needs to combat against, which is why he feels so personal about this fight, especially since bureaucracy is pretty much preventing him from trying to find Cassian. So he feels personally more entitled to finding Cassian as a result.
So I feel like if I've been editing stuff, it's easier to figure out how I do code.
Oh, nice. Yeah, click there and then
I'm trying to
press.
If it worked Thursday or not, that I should have. And
Check the One at Work. That'll show the schedule.
Well,
Done once. We'll see it once enter.
Oh,
Hey.
it was.
Hi, we're over here to glaze ever living shit out of Andor.
Done.
What a great intro.
Worry, I am
This scene
ultimately just
done.
I'm in the.
Done. This scene's really good. This scene's really good.
Oh shit.
Yo, his name's
Don't
Linus.
worry,
Let's go.
Wasia. I will be with you and just saying this is good. It's not engaging to me. It's well crafted, but I'm like, this is fine.
Yeah, the first season.
He has the same reaction I had.
The first arc of Andor isn't particularly standout, but it's good. It's fairly competent. It's actually kind of shocking how generally good it is. The problem is that I don't care for anybody but Cyril right now, as of this point in the show, because Cyril, because Andor getting he's pretty bland, kind of boring at first, he's just about like every other main protagonist that we've seen so far, nothing really special. And then we get to Cyril, and he's like in a tailored uniform, standing prim and proper with a correct posture, and he's very, very on the spot, very by the books, and he just contrasts so hard against everything we've seen up until this point. But not just that, he also has like a conviction to him. Like he genuinely does believe in the thing that he is fighting for. And it's incredible. It's like immediately, oh my god. And this is like supposed to be just a basic police officer, basically, for the Empire. And I'm like, well shit, Joe. Now you have my attention. What are you gonna do with this guy?
Yeah, also done. If you want, you could rewind that scene because Linus Box is kind of an interesting character. Or you just want to continue on? You kind of got the.
No, I just want to continue. I got the basic gist.
Okay, that's fair. Okay.
Basically, the idea is that he is kind of with Cyril, and they're both tight asses, or at the very.
In a way, yeah. Like Linus Moss at this point represents everything Cyril wants to be. His passion for maintaining justice, and of course his authority in actually maintaining justice.
He's also very much a hardliner. Cyril's kind of the Cyril's persnickety,
more naive. Yeah, he's inexperienced, but he has a lot of very passionate ideals.
Yeah,
conviction, lots of that. He's also. I love how clean that looks. I don't mean that in the slang sense. I mean in the literal sense.
Yeah.
You could tell that just looking at it, you could tell that thing is expensive, invaluable.
Yeah. It's probably something that Cassian's also been frequently washing to maintain its value because this is his last resort, his rainy day object in case things get too hot on Ferrex.
It's his ticket out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now these sequences over here where they cut back over to Kenari, on initial watch through, I did not give a flying fuck about this. And unfortunately, I think I found Robot Head's video on the first few episodes of Andor way back when I started watching this. And we know Robot Head. He's a fucking grifter.
He's a moron.
Well,
there's no sugarcoating it, and there's no cut two ways about it. Robot Head is a fucking grifter.
I wouldn't say he's a grifter. He's just wrong. He's just wrong, more or less. I don't think he's a grifter. Everything he just says, wrong. I think everything he says, I think he does unironically believe in. It's just that he's dumb.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't. Here's the thing: you could do a grift, but also unironically believe in it. And I do think he believes what he's saying, but what he is saying is just a grift. It's nonsense. The whole purpose of it is. Yeah, the whole purpose of it is a cynical sort of cashing in on the hatred of Disney and using that to boost his own popularity. He doesn't actually care about honestly reporting on Andor or the quality of the show.
Well, I will say that a core component of what makes up a big component of what makes up a grift is the fact that you don't really believe in the beliefs that you're preaching. You're only doing so for financial gain. That's what a grift literally means, which is why the word has been butchered to death.
Yeah. I would agree with that. I think that actually...
And everything Robot Head says is something he does believe in, which is why he's not a grifter. He's just a moron. He's like
most of what he says... Most of what he said about Andor is just that it's boring. It's not really grifting, I would say. He just doesn't see that it's good. I think that's why I think that he's just dumb and has a very, very small attention span / limited intelligence.
Yeah.
Problem. Since even though I'm like, this is good, I'm not terribly engaged by it. And I'm only watching this because Raptor beat me and Raptor won a bet. I'm still at least feeling this this is a good show. I just do not have any investment. I don't care about Cassian Andor. I know he's gonna die. He was never an interesting character. And I'm not expecting it to be too much just to get me invested in Andor. So
yeah, well, I will say that in Rogue One, he's not a very interesting character, but the show itself did make him a very multifaceted character. He's very reserved in how he approaches himself, but how his philosophy gets challenged throughout the course of the show is very fascinating, and how many components and people he really ultimately cares about makes particular choices that are wrong, and how he responds to them extremely fascinating too. So I will say he's probably one of my favorite Star Wars characters because of this show. I also think it's really funny that Tim cucked himself.
Tim cucked himself.
I mean, he was sitting on the cuck chair. He was just watching his girlfriend instead of having sex with her.
Oh my god.
Well, he kind of did that last night.
Well, what's funny is that Bix only allows them to have sex like once a week, and as soon as that time approached, he just completely blew it. Not the fun way.
Wait, what? When is
Yeah,
that
that's what.
the case?
Yeah, Bix and like Tim said that like okay, we're gonna have like fun like once a week, and then that once a day a week occurs, and he does nothing. It's funny, but it showcases that his mind is in a different realm right now. He's kind of guilty over the fact that he pretty much just ratted Cassian out, and that's the only thing he's really concerned with now.
I like that they utilize the fact that being over here is not only is a very old and also kind of inexpensive droid, which is part of the reason why he has these little quirks, such as his stutter and his inability to lie. He has issues with making up a lie because it requires a lot of power, at least more power than he was designed to handle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's cute.
I also like
wholesome little droid.
I also like the detail where whenever he like moves around, you can tell that his wheels haven't been properly like oiled. You can still hear the squeak with it.
Mm-hmm. It's almost like they had like an actual little animatronic over there. It's almost like it's almost like the set designers actually gave a fuck about this show and wanted to convey character at every given opportunity. Reminds me of another project that we were talking about earlier today, Raptor?
Maybe.
Which one?
Season 1 of Arcane will still remain as my gold standard for animation, by the way, and just storytelling
100%.
in general. Jesus Christ, man. The amount of shit they managed to load into the background that gave so much more context that we didn't even pick up on. Like the fact that Jace's dad was not only dead, but was probably also an enforcer and probably died heroically.
Right, where's that at?
What?
I thought he was a refugee.
In Arcane?
I thought that he was just a refugee.
No. This sequence over here. Or are we talking about this about Andor or Arcane Season 1?
Arcane Season 1. I'm just curious because I
Oh yeah, so it was actually in the background where Jason and his mom were having a conversation regarding his academic career, and it's there. It's just a photo of Jace and his father in several medals, and his father seems to be in an enforcer uniform. His mother glances at it for only a moment and gives an exhausted sigh or something.
Interesting. That's good attention to detail. I like that.
It's good on our end. We managed to catch it, but it took so many rewatches to even notice it in the first place. It's like that sequence where we discovered that Marcus's wife has died. So apparently that guy is a separatist.
Yep.
As you can tell by the insignia on his little shoulder pad. Or rather on his suit.
GG.
I have no idea what the heck all these kids are doing over here all by themselves.
Well, it's implied that all the adults died.
How? Where? What happened?
Well, I don't know.
Weakness, I guess.
Yeah, like it seems like considering the fact that the Republic is also present on this planet, I guess they killed them.
Also, I don't understand why Cassie and Andor decided, or why Casa decided to run in there all by himself. Like,
Well,
I think the
feels...
Canary sequence is probably the weakest part of the first 3 episodes.
No, he partially feels responsible. Well, Casa felt partially responsible for the fact that someone he really cared about ended up dying because he was too scared to say something when he saw the Separatists wake up.
Yeah.
Yep, that's what happened with Canary.
By the way, mic check. How am I going through? I accidentally left and came back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're doing okay.
Okay, cool. I also figured out how to turn up the volume. My only critique for these first 2 episodes is that the first one should have ended on a better cliffhanger. It was a little weak for an opening pilot episode, in my opinion.
And I might have an unconventional opinion, but the fact that it didn't have a very strong hook in turns what kind of intrigued me, because a lot of shows go for like a conventional like cliffhanger at the end of like a first episode, but this one doesn't, and that's what intrigued me.
Yeah. And that's fair.
Like I kind of stopped watching The Expanse because I had a typical hook at the end of the first episode. It was just a bit too generic for me. But Andor was very different.
Did the closed captioning just say "and" or"?
Yes.
Yeah. Sometimes they make typing errors.
This is actually a really interesting scene.
You what you write. Every single Discord message I send, I read it back.
Yeah, and also I will have to admit, Crimson, someone who's within our group, has not seen this show before, so.
No, that's fine. Don't worry about it. It's all good. I know some of the things that happen, not everything.
Oh wait, hold up. I'm in the other screen. Is the little bro here? Or... Oh wait, no, never mind.
No.
Another Crimson.
Gotcha. I missed it.
Yeah,
It's not him.
Scorpio.
Also, this scene is really good.
Bro thinks he's him. Oh yeah, this part. For this.
Man.
Now this was the moment. This was the moment I started to get intrigued. I said, "Okay, this is getting good."
Nobody shares the enthusiasm. None of them want to be here. Sierra's the only one who actually wants to be here, and maybe Linus. He's trying to.
I mean, I wasn't really. This wasn't the point that made me intrigued. That was like the second we were introduced to this character. When this one over here, that was.
Because
I cringed of secondhand embarrassment. I felt so bad for this guy.
Yeah, because he's been wanting to be in this position for so long, but now that he's actually managed to achieve it, he doesn't really know what to do now.
Yeah, he's not an experienced spokesperson. That's a skill you have to learn.
He's a dog chasing a car.
Yeah.
Because I will admit, when Raptor first showed me the show, you guys remember this. I hated Star Wars. I was mad. And I went in kind of like with that kind of bias, so I wasn't I wasn't invested yet. Episode
Also,
3 locked me in.
I really like this scene, by the way. It's like, why did you introduce yourself? I did not consent to any of this. This is definitely a certified old man moment.
Damn.
Funny you mentioned that.
We're only on the second episode, man.
Mm.
Oh my god, the third one is going to be so good. Just you wait, done.
Mm-hmm.
The third one is where the fun begins.
Yeah, it's where the fun begins. Third episode is actually really good. Love that episode.
And this is the iconic shot of the show.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, unfortunately, that was also another weak cliffhanger.
I mean,
It was okay.
in all honesty, like, well, it's mostly just the music that really like hypes you up for. Okay, we've done our setup. Now it's time for the big payoffs. That's kind of what it was demonstrating.
Well, what
I
I mean is
definitely would have
that
structured
shot.
the intro a little differently, but it's all right. It works.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh, I know. Yeah, admittedly, that is the case. Codex. It is quite strange that there is a friggin'. Oh wait, that was before I even showed up. God damn, I'm late.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
I mean,
anything new in a bit.
I'd say that's more of a nitpick. It never bothered me, to be honest.
I mean, that is a nitpick, definitionally.
Yeah. Like, I don't care if a blaster just happened to look like an AK-47.
It's like, how's that relevant to anything?
Yeah, I don't care.
It's literally objection relevance.
So, Mr. Wasio, what are your opinions on Andor as a whole?
It's complicated. It's really complicated. So in terms of writing quality, the first 3 episodes I say is the weakest out of season 1, and same with season 2. Actually, season 2 is kind of weak in terms of its first 3 episodes, but I mean, I think like the muted color palette of the show really doesn't help for me at all. There's virtually no vibrancy or warmth to the show.
I disagree, because a lot of characters that are oppressed by the Empire do wear very vibrant colors, like Casa, for instance, here, wear very like bright yellows, and pretty much every other character, like Ferrex, wearing like very bright like reds and oranges.
I mean, they're not bright though; they're muted and worn down by, excessive use, because that's the point. The point is that Ferrex is a very, very industrialized planet that has been worn down from a whole lot of hard work and labor in the dirt, in the grime, and the dust, and all that other stuff, and that's basically caused all the colors to sort of fade away. And the Empire, obviously, they're monochromatic by design.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's just that the show isn't very. The show isn't very visually stimulating. It's
Really?
interesting.
I say that it's
interesting,
very.
but it's not flashy.
Yeah, that's true.
Well,
It's not flashy at
I
all.
do disagree with the Aldani art. It is a little bit dark, but it does take place at night. But the light show looks amazing, especially when you watch it in like full HD, not like a pirated website or whatever.
Yes.
And not on a little phone. But the prison art looks great. The set looks beautiful. I thought it looked amazing, but that's your opinion. I respect it.
I didn't say it didn't look good. I said it wasn't very stimulating. It was interesting, but there's no vibrancy or color to it. It's especially the prison arc. It is monochromatic because it is an imperial facility, and the Empire are both sterile and monochromatic. That is their design philosophy.
Understandable. You have slightly different expectations and standards, and that is totally okay.
Well, it's not expectations or standards. It's simply preferences. Like, visually speaking, is like, oh yeah, I can appreciate the technical excellence of Andor. However, it's boring to me. I can appreciate a lot about Andor, but it is ultimately going to not be very. It's not going to hold my attention very well. I mean, for Christ's sake, why do you think that I have most of my characters have vibrant colors in my own story?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like, I emphasize color a lot because, to me, it just keeps my attention a little more. It helps me paint the image some more. But this is all dingy and earthy.
Yeah, Andor is very niche. It is super niche. It's for a certain type of people. That type of people is me.
Oh, but yeah, that's actually that's all my criticism of the show. And my criticism amounts to it's not colorful enough or as actiony as I would have preferred. So it's completely subjective.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The actual substance of the show, the actual substance of the show is fucking excellent, though.
Yeah, like Andor season 2 is my personal highlight of the year.
Yeah.
I don't think anything else beats Andor season 2's quality of writing.
If you discount the first 3 episodes, anyway.
Yeah.
First two. 3 is still a little bit weak, but it does have those, awesome moments. The family gathering.
Well, to barely do that in sci-fi, where they have confirmation that the atmosphere is actually breathable. Like, my goodness. Or
this particular case,
is actually breathable.
Well, in this case, it is specifically because of there's toxic gas.
Yeah, or like at least like anything revolving kind of similar to that, because a lot of people in sci-fi just enter a building or just anything that may have something toxic, and they don't even wear masks or anything to confirm that there isn't anything toxic.
I do have a very unique take on Andor. I think I like season 1 better, even though I love season 2, simply because there's more arcs to work with. Season 2 has a mega arc, as we know. Season 1 has 3.
Mm-hmm.
Season 2 has 2 arcs, 1 mini one and 1 mega arc, which is awesome. I don't know. After the rewatch, I'll make up my mind which one I like more. love the show.
I like how it transitions to like a
Republic frigate
approaching.
Yeah. Well, this is not a frigate. This is a gunship.
Or at least I guess like on a ship approaching. But yeah, it's an interesting edit.
Yeah, it's a really good edit.
You get to apply that ship is approaching, then it cuts to the Premor Authority ship approaching.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, at this point, I started. This is where I actually cared about the flashback sequence, and this is because of this episode. I actually care about it now because it seems to be tying into the main plot.
Yeah.
So, what do you guys think of Netflix acquiring Warner Brothers?
Oh no.
I don't hate it. I don't hate it. There's some good old movies in Warner Brothers, so we'll probably see some classics showing up on Netflix. But we'll see where that goes. That's my thoughts on that.
No more fucking corporate acquisitions and mergers. Stop.
That's valid.
I think part of it was just Warner Brothers was so horrendously in debt that they just had to sell it.
Yeah.
It means
Warner Brothers has kind of been going in the tanker for a while, so I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
Netflix needs a little bit more content, and they keep fumbling the shit out of later seasons of shows, popular shows. It's really making me mad. So it'd be nice to get a little bit more diversity in that platform. I hated what they did with Stranger Things 5. It pisses me off.
It's very interesting that Marva. It's very interesting that Marva says that the Republic will interpret him as killing the Republic officer because it seems like the Separatists hijacked this Republic ship and the Republic is now trying to find it, but since it seems like a leak or some kind of gas leak occurred on the ship, that's why it's filled with Separatists who are dead. So
I honestly don't really think. I honestly don't really know how to interpret that line because it's very clear that it was not a Republic officer. That was a Separatist officer.
Well, yeah. Well, the thing is that Marva is not referring to the guy who just died outside because she doesn't know that happened. She's referring to the actual officer that was near, like the bridge or something of the ship.
Also, could we have had? Couldn't we had the actress who was playing Bix play the lead role for episode 7?
What do you mean?
Like first start,
she could. Gray.
First start, she's actually an actress. She knows how to act. And
you mean Ray? Yeah. Oh yeah.
Could
we have episode 7 of the show? I didn't know what you meant by episode 7. You're talking about Force Awakens, right?
Yeah, basically.
You would need to rewrite.
Oh, no.
You need to do more than recast her as a really, really active, good actress in order to fix Force Awakens.
Yeah, yes, you're right, but it would at the very least be a step in the right direction.
Okay, I don't think Daisy Ridley is a bad actor. I think she did a good job. It's the material. It's how they wrote the character. That's what's the problem to me. They wrote her as a damn Mary Sue, and then they make fun of us by saying, I don't even know what a Mary Sue is. Yes, that's the problem, Kathleen Kennedy. That's the problem. You don't know what a Mary Sue is, and you did exactly that.
Yeah.
That was loud, sorry.
Please refrain from crashing out about fucking whatever on stream. We get it. We know episode 7 was shit, and they fucked it up.
Agrees with me.
Yeah, and I agree with. I actually do agree that Daisy Ridley is not a bad actress, and she's actually she can be funny. It's just the problem is yes, the material. The material.
Also, this scene is probably one of my favorite dialogue exchanges in season 1.
Yeah, we actually need to focus.
Lock in, boys.
Are we alone? I am. That's such an interesting response.
Yep. Yeah. So, yeah. So, yeah, Game of Thrones is coming to Netflix.
Oh dear. Anyhow.
So,
Oh no. I'm not watching that.
Yeah. Anyhow, this scene is really really good. He's fully aware of what Cassie's trying to do.
He's trying to cut and run, clearly.
This idiot gets exactly what he fucking deserves. Yikes.
You done screwed up, bub.
Bro, she was too good for you anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only reason why she chose him is just to settle as a direct contrast of Cassian, like because he's just a plain as cereal.
That's actually two, Cassian.
Mm.
God, I fucking love that final line.
Yeah.
All of that. And at the very end, he's like, come on, don't you act. We both hate these guys. Don't you actually want to hurt them? Don't you actually want to do something about it?
Especially since they killed his father. Trying to emotionally manipulate him in that regard. Very strategic name drop.
Yeah. They know that they can hurt the Empire, and they know that the Empire is a piece of shit.
Mm-hmm.
They both know that. Luthen actually wants to do something about it, though.
Mm-hmm. I really love this little alarm system Ferrix has. It really demonstrates how much like they care about each other.
Yeah.
My bad, sorry. My thing crashed. What did I miss?
Mostly just the speech from Luther.
Luthen.
Luthen with an N. It's very easy to mix them up, but you'll get used to it. I had a hard time remembering the characters' names too, because a lot of them are single syllable names.
I also like the.
Yeah.
I remember. I'm actually really bad with names. Like if someone's name is John or like a basic name, I'll probably forget it. But if someone has a really cool name, I'm gonna remember that. I don't know why that is. I hate that, but
anyhow, this is also a really good scene. I also like the line, "You want to die being careful."
I'll be quiet.
Lovely. But also, what I like about this is that the way that he's teaching these rules to Cassian Andor is extremely organic.
Yeah.
This is how an expert in his field would present these rules as they come up and as they become relevant. And also, as an answer to any questions that somebody else would have.
Yeah, I also like how both the protagonist and the antagonist are using cover.
Oh yeah.
Yep, no retardation.
The characters are not stupid. The characters
it's
are
not just Star
retarded.
Wars. Yeah, but it's not just Star Wars, where a lot of other shows don't really take this consideration either, unfortunately.
The Walking Dead is notorious for that. They do a really bad job with like guns and making them look goofy.
Yeah.
For some strange reason, regular bullets is not allowed to win. It's remarkable when regular bullets work. Oh no, they lost the Star Path unit. I also like how the environment is actually being shown as dangerous.
Yeah. It's what makes action scenes dynamic is when the environment is actually utilized.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. That's always my favorite. John Wick movies do a really good job of that. They use the sets at their full capacity.
And lets us show she would have been able to escape Imperial, well, at least
Yeah.
in that scene, but no.
She would, in a lesser show, she would have been able to beat up with those officers and girl boss her way out.
Yep. Yep, the most overused trope of all time.
Oh my god, they're putting handcuffs
Not
on her.
even
They're being
remotely
competent.
close.
No.
Deserved.
Yeah.
GG.
But also,
That was a respectable crash out. I'd be pissed too.
I like that.
Yeah, you're pretty much still
So
not be reliable on active combat. You're gonna be used for something else.
Yeah, pretty much that immediately the officer's like, okay, you just fucked up big time. You just shot a guy. I don't care what your excuse is. You just shot a man dead. You didn't actually pose a threat to us yet. Everyone around us is going to hate us for it. You're getting penalized. We're disciplining you.
Competent writing. I love it.
They're also using tactics too.
Yep. Oh yeah, that was. I think this when I recognized during this fight sequence that it's actually competent and well thought through. That's when I was locked in. That's when I said, "Okay, I like this show now."
Cyril, getting a little trigger happy over there.
Yeah, a little bit. He's never been in this environment before.
He's a little jumpy. He's a little jumpy. Because when you were showing me the show,
I think.
What was that?
Oh,
No, I love this scene. I love this scene.
Oh.
I think that includes you in that Cassian is relatively close to Cyril.
Yeah. Happens a lot too, doesn't it?
That little bit where Brasso was walking away from the shuttle.
Yeah.
It's going to be pretty important.
She doesn't elaborate.
Elaborate dive. I'm joking, by the way. What an interesting belt. I like it. It's unique.
We love some psychological warfare.
And thus, the start of a one-sided rivalry.
Yeah, that's so accurate. That is so accurate.
Cyril knows his face, but he doesn't know his. Look at hell, Luthen.
Hold on. Gives useful info. He's not armed. Might as well just hog die him.
This guy over here's a bit of a dumbass. Why take off?
Well, he told him to. Yeah. Well, I think it was because he wanted to go back to Premor Doherty, try to clear his name, but oh dear.
Hi, Aspiring.
Hey-o.
Aspiring, buddy.
We have a full
What's
house
up?
here. My goodness.
I have just finished watching Andor season 2, episode 3. So
Nice.
Ah.
Nice. Welcome.
Ah.
I see you're all paused.
Well,
No, we're not.
yeah,
No.
it's
It's
no. You
another
joined
chat.
the StreamYard's link and join the StreamYard's link.
Oh, we're still doing that. Great.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, how else are we going to watch it live?
I forget about this. You should just get a screen cover.
Wouldn't change much, I don't think.
No, unfortunate.
And I don't think you even can with StreamYard. At least not with the free version, which... Well, I don't even know how to make one, so... But this suits my purposes fine. I don't really care.
Yeah, it's no big deal.
Love that look between Cyril and Linus, looking so proud of themselves, and then that happened.
I didn't know that Luthen was Irish.
No, I said Linus, not Luthen.
Yeah, I didn't know that Luthen went. I didn't know that Luthen was Irish.
That. I thought you were afraid of because I think Linus's actor is Irish, so I thought that's what you're referring to, and misheard me say Linus, and well, Luthen said Linus. No, so this track is beautiful.
Yeah, so Biggs has been tied up over there this whole time, staring at Tim's dead body.
That's some hefty psychological torture right there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, funny you mentioned that.
It's like, this is a disaster, and I caused it.
Yeah.
Yep.
This montage right here and how this is shot and edited, this is what locked me in. I said, okay, I like this. I think I like this show now. First time watching, I mean.
And I love how you can see the direction all the characters are going to end up going, but just from this alone.
Yeah, there's very minimal dialogue too.
And my headset thing.
Because I am a sucker for well-edited, emotional montage sequences. Not too long, just right at the perfect timing. And that's one of them. Come to think of it, Better Call Saul has a ton of montages. A lot.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, John, remember the Rogue One alternate ending video? This part? This is where it's from.
Kinda, yeah. No.
So damn good. Yeah. Now we're cooking.
Yeah, so that was.
Woo! Yes! Now we're cooking.
Yeah, so that was pretty good.
Yes. Episode 4, in my opinion, is even better than episode 3. I know that's a little controversial, but episode 4 is like the real first episode of the show, in my opinion. The rest was mostly like a prologue.
I agree, actually. I really like episode 4 a lot.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think
episode 4 is also our introduction to the series antagonists.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's also introduced a lot of other plot points as well. Mm-hmm. Yes.
So, Denny boy, you have basically seen this at a very similar time that I'm going through this. Give your thoughts after refusing to watch this show for years.
I think it's good quality, but it's not something I would be interested in without the bet. Honestly, I think it's pretty good. I think that's pretty good, but it's ultimately just like, this is competent, but it's not something that I'm terribly invested in. And like, I think that it's good enough, that's good enough, but it's like, it could just be
part
that
of Star Wars.
It could just be that it's been overhyped, and I'm just like, and I kind of like just accept that it's just like, it's just like, I'm like, this is fine. I'm not I'm like, oh, this is great. I want to watch it. It's just like, this is okay. Part of it is
try going further into why.
Well, the problem is I've had the whole thing spoiled for me, so I don't really care that much.
For fuck's sake.
Yeah, I was not invested in watching it, so I was like, I don't care. I'll just watch people talk about it and see what's happened. So I can at least. So I was like, I just didn't care. Legitimately, I just did not care. And so I'm like, I know most of the stuff that happens in the show. Maybe like
things can be rewatchable. Can you explain why you don't find it? Okay. Raptor, you go.
Well, it's just personal. This is personal preference. Part of it is part of it's just like it's just kind of like, it's got good dialogue, but it's not like, to me, it's just not terribly exceptional in any way. Other than the fact that it's good Star Wars for the first time in 35 years.
I think that's fair for the first 3 episodes, but after watching the entire show multiple times, there's so many small character niches you pick up on that are not explicitly stated that make a lot of characters extremely rich, especially like with specific words that get brought up with vastly different contexts. It makes it very fascinating to rewatch as a result. And even if you do know most of the main plot points, I say that Andor, the build up to the plot points, is what makes it a lot more interesting. Because even if you know like the big payoffs, the fact that you don't really know too much about like what eventually leads up to them, ultimately I think will make the viewing experience still feel fresh.
I know most of everything that happens. It's not even just the big plot points. I've watched multiple, at least a couple of summary videos of the full thing.
Yeah, but at least like seeing it in motion is kind of what I'm implying.
Would you, Don? Would you say that it's not of your preferred tastes?
Well, part. I don't know. I think part of it is just like one. I'm just like it could be that I'm just set and just like, yeah, this is good. I will admit it's not making me as angry as I thought it would. Because it's like, this is a solid, competent drama that's not necessarily. It doesn't appeal to me personally. I think it's good, but it's just not my
like
taste.
you're more interested in either like stuff that takes place in modern day or fantasy, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say this much. The only thing about the show that made me angry was the fact that this is what we could have been getting the whole time.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, for
like,
real.
The only thing about it that makes me angry is like, why Andor? Why does fucking Cassian Andor get this treatment, but not Obi-Wan fucking Kenobi or Boba Fett? Why is it that the characters we cared about got the shittiest shows imaginable, but some guy, literally a glove shitto from fucking Rogue One, gets the best show that Star Wars has ever had, and on top of all of that, it actually exceeds the original trilogy in terms of quality, purely because Return of the Jedi was just that fucking bad. I'm sorry, Tarek, if you're catching this in the future, but I fucking hate that movie. I understand the appeal of the movie. However, all the technical issues and the actual writing problems within it is completely fucked. Horribly fucked.
I really didn't like it.
And actually, knowing about the behind the
rewatch,
scenes where this is supposed to be fucking Kashyyyk, and it was originally supposed to be Kashyyyk and not this shit, makes my blood boil. What the fuck, George? But anyway,
I thought you said no crash out.
It's like
I thought you said no crash outs. What the hell?
The show does.
Okay, one at a time, please. One at a time, boys.
I agree from that.
I think for me, Return of the Jedi is a firm. I think the Return of the Jedi is a firm on the same level as Revenge of the Sith. It is a firm 5 out of 10 movie that has a lot of bad elements, but some good elements too. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah, but does it have clone troopers in it with cool, flashy armor and cool stuff? So no. It also doesn't have the Battle of Coruscant.
I also
this is really dumb.
Yeah,
I don't care. Done. It's cool. I don't care.
Well,
that's the reason why I put it above. It's purely subjective.
Wait.
It's not
okay.
rational.
Wait. Why is the Battle of Coruscant dumb? From what we've seen of it,
mainly because it requires a lot of contrivances and there's a lot of plot armor going on.
Okay, we could talk about this a different day.
In what way? Give me something of example.
You mean like within the movie?
Well, please, let's
quick thing. I'll go back to Andor in a sec, but it's like, okay, fine. Then back to this. Done. This show has done a lot of stuff, which we have often complained we're not getting in other Star Wars properties. It gives a lot more insight in the world and how the Empire works and all that stuff. Lots of juicy bits. Why exactly is it that you are not interested, considering you shit on other shit for some of the elements that
you guys see one more?
Most of it left.
He hasn't even seen the ISB yet.
How much has he?
We haven't done it there.
We just finished episode 3. We have one more to go for the bet.
He only gets. There's always one more that he has to do.
Pardon?
Yeah.
Pardon?
Yes, I'm aware.
Well, the bet was 4 episodes of Andor.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm willing to finish out the show at this point because I'm like, yeah, fine. I've started it. Now I'll finish it.
Yeah,
I think we can partially
that's at least nice to hear.
Yeah, I'm willing to finish the show out. It's a part of it is just like it's just not very interesting to me, all things considered. Mainly because Cassian Andor is a boring character. I don't like him.
It's funny you mentioned that, but after season 1, I think your perspective of him will change because a lot of people share that same opinion. That's mostly because he's a very subtle character.
Of Rogue One.
More so, well, I think he's referring to just like in the entirety. Like, yeah, Rogue One, he's very dull, but in his actual show, he's one of the more interesting characters in all of Star Wars. In all honesty.
It's
We will
because
see
he
Mr.
drives a
Dunn's
lot of what
opinion when he
happens to
finishes.
some extent.
Yeah.
But also, Raptor, here's something to say. I got through. Do you know what I refer to when I say reptards?
Yes, that's what
All of us know
I
that,
also labeled
yes.
them. Yeah, all of us know it. That's funny.
That's
Yeah,
what we all
I
call it.
got through that bit.
Oh
Yeah.
boy.
I think that's for later.
I was told the name after, and I was like, "Yep, perfect name."
Yeah.
That is
How we
most
gonna
definitely the most.
All right, we're all
That is-
dying.
That was
We're
funny.
all starving to death. How are we going to resolve our conflict? Quick, let's play a game of space rock, paper, scissors. And whoever wins is dominant and leads our unit. All right, let's go out into the middle of the wilderness at the dead of night where we know that there's dangerous predators. And let's play some rock, paper, scissors. Yeah.
That was Disney meddling it.
I was-
because those first
Well, the
those
thing
first
is,
few episodes
the
feel
thing,
jarring compared to the
I
rest.
don't think. Well, the main purpose is the fact that it showcases how divided the rebellion is, and the show is self-aware of the fact that these rebels are retarded. So,
Which is why they're all killed off so,
Well, here,
so
this is-
mercifully.
this you can tell what they're trying to do. The problem is they made it
yes,
goofy and not serious.
Yeah,
They should have
it
had
should
it
have
be
been
a Lord of the
serious.
Flies
It should have been-
situation.
it should have been serious and not comedic. But I understand why, because after episode 2, it's just nothing but depressing, dark subject matter within Andor until we
Yeah.
reach like episode 11.
Yeah.
Yeah, it gets
Also,
dark in the next arc.
I'm gonna say it. I don't think I would trust the reptards to steal a $5 item out of Walmart. I'm surprised they're still alive.
They would spend
my
too much
God.
time
I
arguing.
don't know how they
would spend too
managed.
much time. They would spend too much time arguing with each other. It's so funny though.
And
Yeah.
I think to answer your question,
It's like
aspiring about like why like I'm not engaged by it despite it doing a lot of things that we have complained are lacking. I think a big part of it is, well, one, I'm very, very biased against the show, but in terms of me enjoying it, but I have no animosity towards it. I am completely ambivalent toward it, other than it's like, these are nice touches. I like this. This is good stuff, but it's not necessarily something that I can say is.
I have a very good question for you. Is your ambivalence towards the show purely because you know where it goes, you know how it ends?
Part of it, yeah. Like I know that he is. I know that basically what we're going to do is there's going to be a heist. He is going to have the opportunity to steal the money. He does so. He gets caught for jaywalking, gets put into a prison. He has to escape.
I meant more the meta sense done. Like, you know, you've seen Rogue One. You know how Cassian's story ends, no matter what.
Well, to be fair, that is a natural state of most people who will watch this show and what they kind of have to always deal with.
Well,
Yeah.
I think
I don't think that should be able to be like a bias or unbiased, knowing where his character ends. That is a challenge that they have chosen to deal with by deciding this is the character they want to focus on.
For
And
Dunn,
they have to
it's
make
all
that
the
dirty
YouTube
to
videos.
Rogue One. It's not interesting.
Dunn
enough.
has seen. Yeah, Dunn has seen all the EFAPs. He's seen the breakdowns. He's watched all that stuff. So
Yeah,
I
and
actually stopped watching the EFAP breakdown like an hour in and just listened to other things.
Understandable.
Like, yeah. Since and actually I finished other EFAPs, so I've just never finished this Andor season one. I actually most of my knowledge about this comes from Just Right of all people, which is really bad.
just right? Are you serious, mate?
Yes.
We need to fix it. We need to get something up in your brain to fix. We need to get something fixed up over there, buddy. Jesus Christ, man.
I've seen others, but that was really the most comprehensive.
If there's an inverse, of a lobotomy, we need to do it for you. Stat.
Oh my god.
I know. I apologize. I was just when Andor came out, I was like, I don't really have any investment in watching this, so why should
No,
I?
honestly, the only reason why I watched Andor is because Paula recommended it. So.
Well, yeah, that's a lot of the things we do. Unfortunately, I trust Mueller less and less, considering fucking Buffy. But
I
will say this:
if you're I think that whole thing is weird. I don't understand why he likes Buffy, to be perfectly honest, considering that.
Neither do I, and I don't understand why every person he shows it to follows that opinion. That is even doubly weird. Once is just like, okay, some kind of weirdism in his brain, some liking of childhood, whatever. But the fact that every person he shows it to suddenly starts calling it the best thing ever, I'm like, what the actual fuck?
Interesting.
I guess
all of you are capable
maybe they all got high or something.
of logic, and none of them managed to tell him most of this is shit.
We're talking Buffy the Vampire Slayer?
I think a part of it is because he actually does acknowledge that like a good chunk of it is shit, but something
I think he has said
better.
He has said that season 1 is really bad.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, but season 1 is better than most of the seasons. It's actually funny.
God, really?
Like, genuinely.
Huh.
Like, yeah, season 1 actually has a lot of funny shit in it, at least. It's very repetitive, and you can get really dull, but it's still better than the majority of the show. The stuff he he's done an occasional Buffy scene breakdown. I've seen those scenes in the context around him. It is actually bullshit, and he does the same thing he criticizes many other creators for doing, which is a shit ton of flowery bullshit to describe something, and ignoring that it doesn't make much sense with any surrounding context. Seriously.
Yeah,
I've heard Wolf say season 6 was like the best season ever. I genuinely want to stick a nail into his brain for that, because season 6 pissed me off.
Oh my god.
It had genuinely the best concept the show could have ever dealt with, and then fucking ruined it. I'm like, why? Why have you done this?
Okay,
you actually had me so happy for a moment.
I need to see it for myself now. Aspiring, we need to sit down and watch it for ourselves at some point.
Might as well invite me on that if you guys are gonna do it, because I've never seen Buffy.
We're gonna do a Buffy arc. We're going to investigate this. We need to get to the bottom of this.
Look, you guys can watch this. You guys can do the first show on your own, because I'll probably have to do a repeat with another person as well, and I do not have the brain capacity. But there is the Buffy sequel coming out next year. And if you guys decide to see that, I will join in, even though I'll be watching it with some others as well.
So will 2026 be the Buffy year in Dungeons?
No. That's not happening.
That's definitely happening, Dun.
We can make a bet. We can make a bet.
Way too much. How long are freaking Buffy seasons? Like 22 episodes?
It's a lot. There's a reason I'm being like, I'm not doing that shit again, especially if I already have to repeat it with another guy who catch him up.
Isn't like every episode's like 40 minutes too, right?
Yeah. It's we're looking at that, and considering if we watch 3 episodes, we would probably get finished with it. Let me check. How many episodes of Buffy are there?
Oh god.
I think if you were to watch like 3 episodes a weekend, you could probably get done by the time the next show comes out.
Yeah. It's really funny.
There's 144. There's 144 episodes of Buffy. Okay.
Each one being like
to be fair,
long.
hey, you guys can also then watch Angel in between as a respite.
Oh no!
Look. Rest Angel. Just watch 3 seasons of it. That shit's good. Don't go past that. You don't need to go past it.
Yeah, there's the I know what I've been spoiled roughly on what happens on Buffy and Angel since I watched
Anyhow, let's actually get back
Anyway,
into something that's
something I want
let's
to comment
get-
on.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Mahler's criticisms of stuff is far better than his praises.
Yeah.
That's
His
which is also probably the reason why. Which is probably the reason why he doesn't do many praises.
I mean,
and also praising stuff
was good.
Becomes
he can.
His video on the Father was really good.
Same with Infinity War. He's done good praises. The issue is sometimes he will like something, and while he has said that he will admit to liking something he thinks is bad or dumb, he actually doesn't when it's something he has this, like with Buffy, where he has the misguided thing of it is good, and for some reason can't see past the million fucking elements that, like, he's criticized shows that have as nonsensical shit as Buffy. Buffy does not have rules. Genuinely.
I guess it's just a blind spot for him.
Yeah, and
we don't have one.
If it was just Mahler, I would at least be able to accept that. I just don't understand how everyone on EFAP he has ever shown the show to has the same blind spot after the fact, when you would think at least one of them is capable of seeing it and going, why?
All right, and so who here has actually seen the show?
I've seen the Blockbuster Busters hour-long video on the topic.
I think I am the only person here who has actually seen it.
Okay, so
looks like
there's two possibilities over here with regards to Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Either it is as good as the EFAP crew are saying, or it is as bad as you are saying.
One of the character's main characteristics is that he's a horny sex pest who constantly wants to fuck somebody, either being Buffy or another female character or another female character. Another character is that, except female. She is just a female, sexy, horny former demon. That is like her entire fucking character.
And you see, because I know you personally,
you let me back in.
Because I know you personally aspiring, I'm more inclined to believe you.
It's like I could just point out stupid shit that happens in the show based on the vague recollection I have, since as with a lot of shows, the worse it is, the more my brain will decide to delete it. And here's the thing. It has season 3 is genuinely excellent. Our favorite character is Faith, and she is great for every episode she's in that show. Unironically, there is not a bad Faith episode. Well, okay, there might be a bad Faith episode, but Faith as a character is top notch all the time.
Yeah, she fundamentally requires a massive contrivance and evidence of the world to exist, based on the Slayer rules, right?
The Slayer rules have a weird break. Basically, I don't give a shit about spoiling this shit. Who gives a crap? Buffy sort of dies and then comes back to life. It's like I guess you could say she was just
I expected shit like that to happen in this show. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, this is like the medically dead. There's actually a time she is revived after having dying and gone to heaven. But this one, I think she was just medically dead and then got resuscitated. And this was enough for the Slayer rules to then be like, okay, we're creating another Slayer. Who, by the way, this other Slayer is just this random Jamaican woman who fucking dies very soon after she's introduced. And in these same episodes, funny little thing that happened. There's bounty hunters trying to kill them. Buffy manages to slit one's throat using ice skate and then immediately starts making out with the vampire love interest of the show.
Okay.
By I say immediately after, I mean in one motion, she slits and kills a dude, a normal human guy, and then immediately is making out with somebody.
That's even worse. That's even worse than Vi and Caitlyn having sex inside the same prison cell that Powder said she was going to go ahead and commit suicide in.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Clear, killing people is not a common thing in the show, or at least something that's Buffy doesn't think she does much of. It's normally just monsters and creatures and demons and stuff. This is just a normal human she just kills and has absolutely zero reaction to beyond making out with the guy in the same motion.
So
that was can you send the link again to the other one?
And then,
so
after Jamaican Slayer dies, another one is made and brings us the most interesting character of all of Buffy. And she is actually pretty damn good, and actually, she's an actually interesting. No, but she's an actually interesting character. There's a reason I fucking like her, is that she's actually like interesting. She actually has different motivations compared to every other character, and it has consequences and all that shit. And it actually has one of the best dynamics with the main villain of the story, because that season also has the best villain of all the show, even by Mahler's and Wolf's admission. The mayor of the place is like the best villain, and is partly because he actually, for some reason, ends up really liking that Slayer and actually forms an actual bond. It's like, damn, he's not just a pure asshole.
Damn.
I have to ask, Aspiring, you're gonna hate me. I have to ask, did that inspire Vampira?
No.
I know. I had to ask. The connection, the parallels is too good. But, everyone always says your character Vampira is, they always say, oh, is she a vampire? No, she's not a vampire. Because of the name.
Yeah.
I once asked him if he got the inspiration to name her Vampira from Bionicle, because there's literally a Makuta named Vampira, and he was a part of the Famtoka set run, which is literally bats and fighter jets.
I was only made aware of this well after. But yeah, so what was I saying? Right. And another weird thing. So she, along with a bunch of other characters that are in Buffy, get moved to the Angel Show. And the Angel Show, for some reason, fixes all of them. Unironically.
Damn.
So the Slayer I keep complimenting has like a handler, and the handler in the Buffy show is like this weak, spineless shit who can't fucking do anything right. And then he goes to goddamn Angel, and he's actually great.
That's
fucking
impressive.
Top notch. Genuinely, we've done like a tier list of characters per season, and I'm pretty sure he has several times went up to S after we put him in fucking D or F.
That's insane.
Nice.
Yeah.
So I gotta ask. Number scaling. How would you rate Buffy?
As a show as a whole?
Yes, the show as a whole. How would you rate it numerically?
A 3.
Oh my god!
Jesus Christ.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
So
now for the ego boost, because you finished up reading Act 1 of my book last night, how would you rate Act 1 of my book?
Huh.
A 6?
Be honest.
So that's
Don't be biased.
Damn, that's a little above average. That's actually pretty good.
It's like,
wait, what number did you say?
6.
6.
Oh, nice.
It's like, your stuff has good ideas, it's going in the right direction, it typically tries to follow its own rules, even if I don't have a good understanding of them as of yet. Meanwhile, Buffy doesn't follow any rules when it comes to its magic. It breaks them a shit ton. It introduces things that would break it if they ever tried remembering it. The characters often will repeat arcs constantly because the show cannot fucking move on for the life of them. And sometimes their characterizations are just shit. There are several times of rape.
Codex.
Several forms of rape in this fucking show. Including for some reason, everyone keeps shipping Buffy and another character named Spike after he tried to rape her. And this was written by a guy who I think he admitted doing a rape. It's a fucking rape scene written by a predator. Unironically.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Yeah, it's Joss Whedon, right? Oh yeah, I forgot. It's Joss Whedon.
I don't even know if it was Joss Whedon. I think it was
God.
another person, but genuinely, from what I heard, that guy said he did that to another person and then wrote that scene, and it was basically like, so this is a rape scene wrote by the rapist. And the fact that the fact there is a large segment of people that unironically propped him as like great feminist couple makes me go, what the actual fuck is wrong with you? Let us not even go into the fact that this guy is unironically such an awful creature that he has literally told someone whose mom he killed in front of them as a child, I don't give a shit.
Jesus Christ. And Molly likes the show? Wow. I guess we would have to see it ourselves to judge. Honestly, I don't want to watch it. I don't want to watch it. I'm not interested.
I have seen it. I do judge. I am genuinely excited for the Buffy sequel because it will be fucking hilarious. Me and my friends who have watched the Buffy show will die laughing. It has been so long since we've seen just a purely awful, hilarious show that doesn't give us pure just pain, but hilarity as well. But holy shit, that show is just... There were so many times we needed a break.
And yeah, I think we need to move on to a good show now.
Indeed.
Also, one last thing, aspiring. Vampire is a good name. Just want to say, it's a good name for a character.
I'd have to agree on that.
Mm-hmm. It's not a bad name at all. It's just funny that people think of vampires. Wait, why are they Japanese subtitles?
I think that was Axel. I think that was the point.
It wasn't the point. That's why if people just thought that, it would be a different thing. The fact that people think it and it does there is actually correlations you can make is partly what makes it worse. It's like
Andor.
She is literally she has pale skin, red eyes, drains life out of people. It's like, okay.
Yeah,
you literally gave her vampiric powers, aspiring, and named her Vampra, and then act surprised when people associate her with vampires.
It wasn't intentional. I had a friend from long back.
It was a coincidence.
He guessed her powers almost exactly just from her name. I was like, oh, fuck. I was like, how did you know?
From what you presented, when you did present, she was the best character in your story. In my opinion, from what I did here.
This seems really important going forward. It says a lot about Luthen and Cassian, so
okay. Start it from the top if you want to.
And his name will always be Q, aspiring, not fucking Quietus.
Okay. Yeah. How do I figure out how to turn the volume up on my computer?
I'm not gonna be joining the live thing because I think it makes me lag here. But tell me when you guys are done. I'll just stay in the call and wait till you guys are done because there's definitely lag when it does.
Because when we're all assimilated into me.
Oh my god.
Why is this the first time you've streamed in a fucking year and we're already back to done puns?
I love it. They have never done.
Hilarious.
They will never be done.
Did you even?
They will remain.
Done. Did you watch the video I made for Tarek and Becca?
I did. Yeah,
he did.
Okay.
It was great. You did a great job. I loved it.
I agree. Yeah, it was very cute.
Now I understand why you were time limited. The song you chose, I get it. That made a lot of sense. I'm glad I gave you a visual one instead of audio one to help out. It looked really good.
Yeah, it helped a lot.
Is it weird that I'm glad that I was barely in it?
Why?
I have no idea. But I do regret not choosing the entire song and said I edited it down because if I
is everyone else not as hyped for their marriage as I am? Like,
no,
man, that was so cute. I loved it.
It's because I'm shy.
I'm hyped. I'm hyped for them. They will do well. They are.
I don't like hearing my own voice.
That's
fair.
Reasonable.
That's fair.
Well,
yeah.
To be fair,
none of us
voice wasn't in it.
Yes. Which is why
only text.
I hate.
And yet you were so insistent on audio initially. Why were you insistent on it if you didn't want it?
I mean, because it felt wrong. Everybody else did the audio, and I felt like, well, if I don't do the audio, then it shows that I don't care as much, and I don't want to give that impression. So I was really insistent on doing the audio because I wanted to show that I care.
Neph literally made me put note as her message. You did fine.
That was probably an inside joke, wasn't it?
I'm sure it was meant to be a funny. I still was very much like, you serious? And I'm like, okay, we're doing it.
I cannot wait for the two of them to watch K-pop Demon Hunters. I am joining that movie night. I want to see Becca's reaction to it.
I am going.
I think she's gonna love it.
They didn't do one today, did they?
No, they had to. They're in the middle of stuff.
I am going to be blushing red the entire time because I am. One hand, I'm embarrassed by the movie, but on the other, I'm like, it's a good movie though.
Fuck it, I love it. I don't care. I love
it.
It's amazing.
Go! We're back in Coruscant, baby. Let's go.
Coruscant.
In a good show too.
Yeah.
There she is.
First ISB scene, boys. Let's go. Let's go.
First ISB
scene. We're overhyping it. We're overhyping it. Let's cool it down.
Man, I can't wait to be disappointed.
I mean, ISB scenes.
Shush. Everyone, shut up.
Okay.
I need to figure out how to turn this volume up. What the hell?
Hello.
Why are the frames off for me? Is that just me or everyone else?
Frames are fine for me.
Yeah, no.
Oh, okay. I'll just reset. Weird. There it is. Okay. Fixed it. Is there a Navy within the Star Wars universe somewhere?
Yes, there is.
Everybody has a Navy.
Yeah, the spaceships are the Navy.
Okay.
The Imperial Navy.
Okay, that's fair. I'm not too aware of Star Wars lore and story.
I mean,
like the universe. I'm not too in tune with it. I only know the basics.
They have to have a Navy because those are ships. Ships are part of a Navy.
Yeah,
that's fair. That's fair.
I will say there's a difference between the Navy and the military forces like stormtroopers.
Yeah, there has to be. Technically, stormtroopers are space marines.
That's what they're supposed to be.
Once again,
and this is the show that does that the best.
Yeah. We don't have to revisit the faults of episode 6 right now.
And notice how good everyone was acting in that scene. Especially Dedra, like her eye movement and all that. It was really good acting.
I also like the little hint of Young at the end of the scene, kind of implying that this guy's going to be really important.
Mm-hmm.
But also, like, back to your question, Axel. Like, the Empire having a Navy was like one of the most commonly well-known things in Star Wars, because like the way that the ships in Star Wars work is basically like real life battleships. We have ship carriers, we have destroyers, we have corvettes, we have transport ships, we have fleet tenders, we have battleships, we have fucking dreadnoughts, which, by the way, is an actual class of ship from real life that featured in World War I in the name of one of the largest ships that the British Army produced at the time.
It literally instilled dread.
Yes. There's also the fact that in the Imperials they call them by Admiral, Captain.
This is a thing. This is a thing done in majority of sci-fi at this point. Is that space forces use naval terms which I think is interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, that
It
goes
seems-
back.
By the way,
something.
I am listening, but I am going to be prioritizing in my brain the subtitles first. I do want to catch things that I missed in the first watch, because like Raptor said, there are subtleties in this show. There are things to catch, just like Breaking Bad. The more you watch it, the more you catch. So I want to see if I can catch more.
You know, down payment make him think he's gonna have more assurance that he's gonna return from this mission.
Mm-hmm.
Demonstrates how much of a master manipulator Luthen is.
Yeah, for real.
But also, like, the actual lore of that being a Kyber crystal from when they rebelled against.
Wait, that
the
was an actual
Rakatan.
Kyber? Oh, hell
That's
yeah.
actual Kyber.
Oh, I know what that is. Let's go.
That's a piece of sky Kyber right over there, dating back to before the during the Rakatan Empire and their fall. Which, by the way, in old Star Wars Legends, the Rakatans were like the first Sith.
Well,
They
they're
were like
essentially
some
the
of
first
the first dark
Empire.
side users.
They're the first
and the first Empire. Yeah.
They're, you know, they
even enslaved humanity.
Which, and given the fact that Luthen is very anti-Empire nowadays, it makes sense that he would kind of
the camera's watching
or
him.
reminisce with that. Very interesting character moment. That's also world building wise.
Was Andor just about to take off?
Yeah, he was thinking about it.
He was gonna ditch them.
That would have been funny.
Yeah, the droid caught on.
Also, hello, Waif from Game of Thrones.
Yes.
That is who that is.
Haven't seen that, so I don't know anything.
Awful character.
Yes.
Who's Waif?
She was the girl
chick
who
didn't like
stabbed
Arya
Arya in
Bravo.
season 6, and she somehow survived that.
Oh yeah, I remember. My friend told me she's one of the faceless ones.
Yeah.
Faceless.
Is the show worth watching when it comes to Netflix? I don't know if I want to waste my time on a long show.
Game of Thrones is not worth watching. No, don't watch it.
It's not.
Okay, I'll pass on it. I'll pass on it. I only want to watch a show if it's good.
Game of
The
Thrones.
first four.
No,
the
I
first
only want to
4
watch a
seasons-
show if it's good.
The first 4 seasons are really good. Season 5 is a massive mixed bag. Season 6 introduces a lot of problems.
Oh my god, it's just like The Walking Dead.
Yeah, season
Well, this
6
is what I-
tricks you
this is
into
how I-
thinking it's good. Like, that's the worst part about it.
This is how
Season
I
8
describe
was-
them. 1 to 4 are pretty top notch. 5 and 6 is good only if you were with Jon Snow or some other specific characters, and other characters it's shit throughout. And then 7 and 8 it just breaks down completely.
Yeah,
8
I've heard about
was,
that. I've heard the news. I've heard the word of mouth. It's bad. It's
8
really
was
bad.
nuclear.
I still find 5 and 6 enjoyable for its good parts.
So it has
also
peak
really-
moments, just like The Walking Dead does. Walking Dead goes up and down all over the place. So it's just exactly like it.
I said
Yeah.
just give it a watch with a friend who was a fan, because it's like it's good to
Yeah,
just see it for its good parts.
I also like the detail where Cassian named himself after his father who died.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Because his
I didn't
father's
catch
name was
that.
Clem. His father's name was Clem, and his nickname going in is Clem.
No,
And
I
then
like
you
that.
hear his
That's honoring
father's-
his dad. I
Yeah.
like
You
that.
see his father's name after this part.
This scene is also really good.
Oh yeah, look, everyone quiet.
That's
I love this scene. Obviously not. No, he's being sarcastic. Really sarcastic. This is stuff like this is what made us get attached to Cyril. Even though he's an antagonist, we're like, damn, I feel for this poor guy.
I mean,
he's tried his best and he failed miserably.
and to be fair, I mean, I was completely sympathetic with L the whole way through with Death Note. Even
yeah, same. Everyone was.
Because L is the hero.
Yeah, he's the hero.
Who's also the antagonist.
Yep.
Because the protagonist is actually the villain.
Yep. Yeah. L is like Hank Schrader in Breaking Bad. It's like the perfect parallel.
The best character, the most important character in Breaking Bad.
And also in Death Note.
Yeah.
I would say the most important character in Breaking Bad is Walt, because he's like the catalyst. Second most important.
But yes, yeah, the true second is Hank, not. I see Gus get a lot of love, and I don't like Gus at all.
Yeah.
Let's not go down a rabbit hole of Breaking Bad. You guys know how we are with that.
You're just saying you didn't like Gus.
I don't think Gus is as important to the show as Hank is.
I mean, one can make an argument for it, even though both are really important. I guess one can
he's an anchor character. You remove the anchor and the ship goes new places.
Yeah.
Quiet.
Oh, is this the first time they utilize? Yeah. Oh, I love that sound. God, I love those things.
Not quite like the TIE Fighter screen.
TIE Fighters are the coolest thing ever, man. I
also like how Vel says we'll never mention him by name, and from out the rest of the show, she never mentions Luthen's name until a very pivotal moment occurs with Mon Mothma.
Mm-hmm.
I misspelled Ferrix.
Yeah, it's an easy word to misspell.
Really? Easy to misspell? Ferrix. Ferris.
I mean,
derived from the word Ferris.
Okay, well, not for me. Not for me, because I'm pretty good at spelling, but for others, if you haven't seen it on paper and you hear it, yeah, it's pretty easy to misspell.
Maybe if you could assume like there's only one R in Ferrix, not two.
Or some would think it's like a PH. Depends on who you're talking to.
It really does demonstrate.
Wow, that guy looks a lot like Jake Gyllenhaal.
Yeah.
Only I
had to take a second take.
All you've demonstrated to me is that more people need to learn Latin.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Oh, this
or just be more really aware of it.
This scene's also really good. It says a lot about Luthen without saying anything.
Can I interest you in a warm towel?
Mm-hmm. Even though in the universe that's supposed to be a wig, it still looks good.
Wait, what? Bro, I just walked to the bathroom and I just hear in my ear with the headphones, can I interest you to a warm towel? What am I missing? Was there something on screen?
You missed a part where Luthen puts a warm towel over his head. Over his face.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I did miss that.
To his more flamboyant personality.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do have to admit, when we were watching the show, I was also gaming when we were watching these first few episodes, and I thought it was weird that Luthen kept changing hair. I thought, wait, am I tripping? And then I realized, oh, it's a wig. Right now, I'm locked in. No multitasking here. I'm. That's a really good line.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of a nonsensical line.
It is, but I like it. It's delivered really well.
Well, it's only nonsensical if your main objective isn't to take control of the entire galaxy, because that's only when it would make sense.
Like, it's not. It's far away from everything. It's not. It's close to nothing, but it's close to every. It's not far away from everything.
It's more or less the sense that it's a perfect hub for distribution because it's.
There's nothing of value here.
Yeah. Like, whereas close is more important as opposed to what's actually on the planet.
Don't you love that there's no Disneyfication in this? It's amazing. You know what I'm talking about.
Like, yeah, I know, but I like how Blevin at the end said, "Oh, don't look down," playing with his like ladder metaphor, which is actually going to be very important for Deidre's character.
Oh my god!
Yeah. Yeah.
Hi,
I also.
Oh my god! Hello.
No taking my teeth.
No.
Did someone say her name? I wasn't
I
listening.
don't remember.
Yeah.
Oh, hey Trip. That's welcome. We were watching Andor. No taking my name in vain. Don't worry, we will do no such thing, and neither have we.
Best boy.
Yeah, Nemec is a G.
He's a real one.
I'm sorry, I don't memorize the names of these characters yet. Which one is Nemec again? Left
He's
or
a
right?
small guy. He's a small
Season
guy.
1, episode 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, best boy for sure. I know what you're talking about.
I also
He's
think it's
just
really
like me
interesting.
for real.
Yeah.
He's really using a Kalashnikov.
Kind of reminds me of the aesthetic people in Nepal have.
Trip, have you seen this show?
Probably.
Well, the YouTube version isn't showing it, I don't think. So even if she was watching, it's just our commentary, if I'm not mistaken, done.
I
No,
did put the link. I did put the link in the YouTube chat.
I think he might be referring to like the first 2 episodes or so of season 2, because a lot of people say season 2 is better than season 1, and I think that's fair.
It is. It's higher quality, but you got to get through that first arc, because that first arc is really weird.
Yeah, but afterwards,
it's got great moments, but it's just odd.
Yeah,
it's an odd arc.
Yeah, after episode 2, it's pretty much on par with season 1, and in some cases, it even surpasses season 1.
Just so weird that the show does that twice. It's very bizarre.
It is weird. It makes me think it's somewhat intentional for some reason.
Yeah, because this show feels extremely deliberate in everything it does.
Well, we know that the first 3 episodes of season 2 were the last ones they actually shot.
Yeah.
So,
and that's what fuels my conspiracy theory that Disney meddled with it, filmmaking wise. Maybe not writing wise, but filming wise.
I don't think it was Disney. I think it was just I think it was the oh shit moment. We need to put, because they need to figure out what are we going to put over here, and that was the result.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
Like, I can understand why it wouldn't be too pulled into season 2, but I wouldn't say it's team drama, no. But after episode 3, it really picks up, and from there on out, it's on par with season 1.
Andor season 2, episode 4 feels really good compared to compared to the first 3.
Episodes 4 through 6 feel like I'm even more refined. The political thriller aspect of season 1.
Yeah. I remember when we were watching it, I went, "We're back, baby. We're so back."
I also love how we're just seeing some random, like, this guy, in terms of, like, the social ladder, is, like, below a stormtrooper, and yet we just see him, like, walk home and visit his mom. That's just so fascinating to me.
Oh, yeah, and he's going down, too. In a way, it's kind of like a parallel to the ladder metaphor with Dedra.
More or less the sense
in a way.
He's not
lowering.
He's of a lower economic background.
Mm-hmm. It's definitely
of a
deliberate.
lower standing in society.
Yeah.
Less on topic, but why the fuck is there XP now in this shit?
What?
XP.
I'm messaging in chat. Like, I'll make an image. There's XP in YouTube chat.
I don't know. Oh, I think it's trying to model utilize the Twitch model or something.
Interesting.
And YouTube is trying to do that.
Everyone lock in.
Let's go.
He's one of the best characters. It's so funny.
Oh yeah.
I also think it's really fascinating that Luthen is willing to give Cassian a Kyber Crystal for 50,000, knowing full well he's probably most likely to die in the team.
Yeah, Luthen's willing to sacrifice him. It's in his character.
He's an inhuman monster of a person.
Mm-hmm.
And he's also the lead, basically the de facto leader of the rebellion.
Yeah.
Yep.
At least
Him and Mon Mothma.
He's like the last person you would expect to be leading the rebels.
Yeah.
But he's also the perfect guy.
Yeah.
He's also the perfect guy for the job.
Yeah.
Is incredibly. He seems like he's a very pragmatic dude.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's his character.
Oh, this scene's also really good. Opening up another plot line.
I do think that it's cool that they just brought the actress who portrayed her in the Clone Wars.
She was also in Revenge of the Sith deleted scenes.
Oh, deleted, bruh.
I'm pretty sure she does actually have an appearance.
The prequel.
Yeah, I think she's more of like an extra though. Like you see her in the background, but she doesn't really have any lines.
Yeah, she's actual deleted scenes though, which are also Padme's deleted scenes, which are ridiculous.
I really love that line.
Yeah.
I like this. This is our first scene showing Luthen's alternate ego, isn't it? Or did I miss an earlier one?
It is. Yeah, this is the first one.
Yeah, I liked it. I like that they waited this long to show this because it's really, really cool knowing the context.
Yeah.
He's a lot like Gus Fring. 2 lives.
Yeah.
Of course, of course.
And this is Clea's first introduction, huh?
Yes.
Yeah, it's crazy how significant she is later on. No spoilers for Trip. Or Aspiring.
It is interesting. I think there was a guy on Shad's stream who was remarking that he was really irritated about a lot of the stuff in there because they wouldn't be like a holocron being there. I think was one example. He was like they would have discovered that the Empire would have confiscated that, which is I think is the thing is nobody knows what a holocron is. Unlike Y-Wing, barely anybody knows what a freaking holocron is.
Yeah.
Wait, hold up. This dialogue exchange. I think this dialogue exchange is important. It seems important. This is when they break character.
I really also like how he talks about some deity having like 2 faces, and then immediately afterwards he reverts back to his Luthen persona.
That's intentional. That is very clever directing. Yes, I love it. I love stuff like that.
The subtext.
Yeah. I'm catching it this time because now I know who Mon Mothma is. I didn't know when we watched it the first time. I was like, why is the show focusing on her so much? And then when we watched Return of the Jedi, I'm like, oh, okay.
To be fair,
Also,
you have basically zero knowledge on Star Wars and basically avoided it the entire time.
Yep.
Me,
I did
have-
once, but I forgot it all.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I have been autistically consuming Star Wars pretty much my entire life. So
Yep, I remember. It was awesome. You were the
pretty
Star Wars
cool.
guy in school. We knew who to
Yeah.
go to for questions.
Yeah.
Same thing with Bionicle.
Well, I mean, we also Trevor was
because-
also there,
Mhm.
but you know,
it's I trip. Oh, it's limited to 6 people. That's it's
Aw.
limited to 6 people.
Since when has that been a thing?
Why?
When so that because I'm not paying for it anymore because they ratchet up their prices.
That's lame. Maybe it's time to find another one, another platform of similar
Well,
skill
I think
set
6
or whatever.
people is I think
No, but it'd be nice to include Trip, but damn.
yeah.
you know, I will create an account and
Oh?
Okay.
Asparo just removed himself.
Okay.
Oh,
You
you didn't
know,
okay.
Shy, stop it. Put Shy back in here. He's been
Oh,
here.
I
Jesus
can't.
Christ.
Well, I can't. Once it's 6
He's
per
probably
people is the
listening.
limit.
Okay, well then I will. Good God, I swear to God.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose
I can
the two
take
of
the
them will
hit. I can go to chat if you want. I can do that. I'll just go to chat and then watch the stream.
I suppose the two of them will have to settle it the way that true freedom fighters in the galaxy far, far away handle it.
Okay, there's no need for that. I'm just gonna resort to chat. I'll use my YouTube channel.
With a good old fashioned game of rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah.
But in space.
Yeah. The reason why is because of the platform on which I am watching it, because that's and because it just refuses to go full screen for me. So I don't know why.
Also, I love the hairstyle in Trip's PFP.
I see. Yeah, she's
It's
gone.
it's a really
There
good
we go.
hairstyle.
There we go. Fixed it.
I also like the at the end that scene Skeen was plotting a little bit.
The hairstyle is very nice. That's what I said. It's a very nice hairstyle.
What about he thinks your hair looks good.
Welcome back, Aspiring.
Hello.
Yes.
Also,
I have
done.
Chastised to come back.
Also, done. You cheap bastard. I will happily create an account and subscribe so you can use it.
StreamYard?
Yes.
How much did they racket it up?
It's absurd. Or at least I found it to be absurd. Like I was willing to pay $10 a month, but they ratcheted it up quite a bit. Let me see what the deal is. It is 18 a month from 35. But so right now it's 18 because of a deal for the first year, and then it's 36. I'm like, that $36 for this is absurd. That's just dumb. I'm not paying that. That's
pretty stupid, yeah, actually.
yeah, it's like I can get
Maybe ask if
Freaking-
anyone in the server cares to like lend you a few bucks.
I just announced aloud my intent.
I think
we'll see as
I think that 6 people is a reasonable limit.
Yeah, like this is a little unusual, the amount of turnout.
Yeah.
At first, I thought it was just gonna be me and Dunn. In all honesty.
Right.
Yeah.
You forget that he hasn't done jack all in forever.
That's true.
I've been very busy with my job, or studying LSAT.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're not wrong. It would ultimately end up being a waste of my money at some point.
Yeah, because honestly, I feel like I was fine with $10 a month, but when it tripled to 36, I was like, no, that's ridiculous. That is an absurd amount for very minimal upgrades. My feeling, at least. Told you my name.
I'm dead serious on that too.
Kyle.
Ouch.
Trip has good memories, unless it's something I did. If it's something I did, then I need to search it.
You see, this is why I never give it my true name.
Motherfucker, I've seen your true name.
I have
I'm glad nobody
too.
here knows. I'm glad nobody here remembers my true name.
But also, that's because that's also because I trust you, Aspiring.
I'm.
Wow.
My true name is usually Mud. So it changes?
I'm.
There are levels of trust, Trip. Levels of trust.
Oh boy.
I thought I was gonna be bored while you guys finished the episode. I'm so glad to be wrong.
Look at this. I love the glare that Deidre and Blevin give each other because both of them were anticipating that Partagas was going to arrive before either of them.
I like that he compliments her in private.
Yes.
And
but he always
only
scrutinizes
chastises
people
him.
in public.
Mm-hmm.
He's someone who does not want to kiss ass. He just wants someone to get results. He only cares about results.
I just realized that guy is from Endeavor.
Oh.
I wonder what is Endeavor.
Are you forgetting where else he's in? Assuming I know who you're talking about.
Oh no, Trip pointed out that she recognizes Partagas's actor from Endeavor.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if always relating everything to what actor is in what show.
You do that.
Well,
you do 100% do that.
That's just my epiphania, or my weird brain, my autistic brain going on and making connections.
Interesting.
Like, oh, cool. I know him. I like him. Or, oh, he's in this movie. Not a fan. Like majority of Mark Wahlberg's content. I mostly do not like. I do not like Mark Wahlberg very much. He's not a.
I just recognize him being Qyburn.
Oh yeah, definitely. He's in other things.
I mean, if I get to see more of that particular actor, I'm definitely going to be watching because he does a really good job.
Yeah, this is probably my favorite. I've seen him in Game of Thrones, but this is probably my favorite performance of him. I think Pargas is far more interesting than Qyburn.
Mm-hmm.
He's also in The Hollow Crown, which is a Shakespeare adaptation, which I highly recommend. I think
that's a really good series. That's a really good series.
Yeah, it's really.
I am going to say one thing for certain, and that is that I would love to see an alternate reality setting where all of the members of the ISB are just office employees. They're all just working at an office together.
I want to watch a show about all these ISB supervisors just scrutinize all the incompetency of like the Empire's decisions on other Star Wars shows. That'd be so funny.
That'd be great seeing them like just roast the everything shit out of all the other crap. But honestly, I don't even want to acknowledge.
There's a channel that does that.
I don't even want to dignify those shows by recognizing it. I would just rather like some more good stuff, please. More stuff that I like.
Course. Yeah, more stuff that makes me forget about all the Disney garbage, which Andor does significantly well. Like I don't think about all the nonsense concerning the sequels or like what's happening in Kenobi while I'm watching the show because it's so.
I mean, I say this almost every time me and the friends watch it, which is how dare they put Star Wars in the show when they had the title card sequence. I'm like, how dare you?
Well, no, legitimately, Mark Wahlberg. I do not like Mark Wahlberg. The only role that I've ever liked him in is Pain and Gain.
He was good in the other guys.
Daniel Lugo. That's the only show that I liked him in.
I don't even think I even know who Mark Wahlberg is.
He's the guy from The Happening. The guy says, No.
He's in The Departed. He's in he was Mickey Ward in The Boxer.
Tim Burton's Planet of the Apes.
That's interesting.
I think
like,
Megan Fox is more of a she's in this movie mainly because she just clearly doesn't care about most of the projects she's in.
I mean, paycheck's a paycheck, I guess.
Yeah, I do think that it's funny that she compared Michael Bay to Hitler.
Jesus, I need to know the context for that.
Because he's a nightmare to work with.
Yeah, I've heard.
He just is not a good he's not a good boss.
He screams narcissist.
Well, have you seen when he had a meltdown
I think
on
I did,
stage?
yeah. Yeah, I did. And then he just walked out.
Yeah, let me.
Oh no. Trip, no.
Boogie Nights.
Boogie.
Yeah. So, well, I can understand liking the
You should
happening. The
continue
happening's
doing Boogie
hilarious.
Nights with Van and Raptor.
No.
So, like,
And Hollywood is a place that creates a viewer escape. And what I try to do is, as a director, I try to. But I'm just wing this.
Tell us what you think.
Yeah, we'll wing it right now.
He just sounds so fake, and he just can't take it anymore.
The Curve. How does it? How do you think it's going to impact how viewers experience your movies?
Excuse me. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Bruh.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's thank Michael Bay for joining us.
Bruh, he was trying to salvage that. He knew that was a disaster.
I think
nothing anyways.
I think one of my favorite jokes about that is that Blockbuster Buster will frequently use it because he hates Michael Bay a lot. He hates it as much as we. But
I
basically what he does is.
Mm-hmm.
But
I haven't
like
seen episode 6 yet, so don't spoil it.
Yeah, but basically what Blockbuster Buster does, he'll put that scene and then just overlay the jizz in my pants from Lonely Island over that as he runs off. It's like, oh my gosh, that's so funny.
Kinky.
Well, no, it's just because Michael Bay gets off on explosions or something like that.
Still kinky.
Yeah, but as far as episode 4 goes, it's a good initial setup for the heist that's going to come up, and
I also love how methodical this heist is because they take a lot of variables into account. Like, okay, how specifically are you going to enter the facility? How much time do you have when you leave? And utilizing the Eye of Aldani as cover, like all these small nuances that a lot of writers don't really acknowledge, but this show takes time to dissect. And Cassian is also put into a very fascinating environment where he's a bit of an underdog. Everybody has this bias against him because they're only 3 days away from actually pulling off the heist, and they have no idea who this guy is. They don't know if he's going to be capable of either putting their lives in jeopardy or useful assets, so they're going to be naturally hostile. So right now, things are really the environment is very much against Cassian. His job right now is just to prove his worth.
Mm-hmm.
So, did this increase your interest in the show at all? Done.
Well,
like the ISB stuff.
I think I might be more interested if I hadn't had the entirety of the show spoiled for me, just by cultural osmosis.
Well, to be fair, you did say you didn't know as. To be fair, you didn't say you didn't know as much as what happened in season 2 compared to season 1, because with season 2, all you know is that the Gorman massacre, and that's about it, really.
The Gorman massacre.
You spoiled that for me now. Great.
Being, the Gorman massacre, Cyril's radicalization.
Maybe stop. Well, to be honest, the thing is, it's kind of obvious that there's gonna be a massacre based off of Krenna's conference. Like, there's no way that this is going to turn on to like an Empire defeat. This is an Empire victory, to be fair. And since we know that Kalkai is responsible for the Death Star, so that's not really.
There's only one way that's ending.
Yeah, there's only one way that's ending, but it's just how it's executed is what's really interesting. How it impacts the characters is what's really interesting. So
that's what we already know how this all ends. We're over here to see how it played out.
Yeah. So that's why I didn't really spoil anything for you. To be fair.
Yeah.
Well, I finally at least now understand why so many people keep saying Vader and rape in the same sentence regarding the show. I was always super confused.
Yeah,
and now
I think that whole controversy was so asinine. Like Star Wars Theory's a freaking moron.
It was the dumbest shit ever. It's like it's literally a woman defending herself against a potential rapist and winning. Like she kills her. She kills
Vader,
the guy who was trying to rape her.
And Vader would not care. He
would
not care.
Well,
Vader slaughtered children, for fuck's sake. Do you think he cares? He pulled out a lightsaber and butchered kids, defenseless little toddlers. I don't think he gives a fuck if one of his officers on some backwater planet rapes a woman.
he wouldn't. Why is it relevant what he thinks? Why is it relevant what he thinks? He is not watching.
So my friends showed me a meme which just has it photoshops Vader outside of the building. And I was just thinking, it would be really funny as a deterrent to rapists to have Vader just force project himself in front of every rapist.
Dear God.
Just giving them disapproving looks. That would be kind of effective for a good portion. Just having Vader fucking watch.
Yeah. Unless, they know that he's slaughtered innocent children, in which case they're like, why the fuck should I care what you think? You're a child murderer.
I think it's... actually, I think that there would be I care what you think because I know you're going to murder me.
Oh, I guess that's the implication right there. Also, though, if Darth Vader was thrown into prison... Okay, let's say that he was just like a regular dude and he was thrown into prison. He would be the first person that every single prisoner would try to kill, because the second they hear that he killed children, all of them are going to think, this man is a bitch. We're murdering him.
Yeah.
Because even prisoners have a sense of honor.
Yeah, and in all honesty, Vader wouldn't really be concerned with the rebellion right now. He'd mostly be concerned with hunting down surviving Jedi and whatnot. He's not that interested in the political aspect that the Emperorism.
Yeah. By the way, there are quite a lot of surviving Jedi for some reason.
I think, that's kind of a weird thing.
In all honesty, and that's primarily why I love the fact that Andor doesn't have any Jedi, because we need more stories to take place before New Hope that don't revolve around Jedi to really sense the impact of what occurred after Revenge of the Sith.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They don't have Jedi to protect them now. They have to resort on their own resources, their own cunning, their own tactics, their own.
This is also a function. This is also a function of George's, writing, the original writing, getting away from it, because it's supposed to be this ancient order that disappeared forever ago, and yet it's been
I say that it's implied that there was it's implied that
there's a lot of censorship
took place. Yeah, it's implied in the original trilogy that the events of the prequels took place
much
30
more.
or 40, much more more like 40 or 50 years ago, to the point where a lot of people, middle-aged men, haven't even really experienced it because they were born into that time.
And
but
the
even
whole
though the
way,
prequels, even though the prequels retcon that.
Exactly, and the whole way the part of the way the series justifies what's going on is that no one really understands the difference between the Jedi and the Sith. Is ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous. And then there's here's a fun one. I don't know, not a lot of people know this one. In the
how's that ridiculous though? The Sith have been extinct for thousands of years.
Yeah, but
meanwhile, the Jedi are basically a myth within the universe, even though they were present.
I'm just gonna say it. It hasn't even been a century since World War II, and people constantly misuse the word Nazi and not really remember what the fuck it means. So
yes,
but that term has been particularly politicized, right? I don't expect everyone to know anything, but
it's not even politicized; it's just murdered. They just don't use it appropriately, and this is many centuries well after they've ever been relevant. It's I could see it just becoming
Yeah,
Well, that's one thing.
I mean, honestly, I could see Jedi being used as a slur in the Star Wars setting because the propaganda effectively convinced everyone that a Jedi Order betrayed the Republic and tried to take over forcibly.
Yeah, I think honestly the problem with midichlorians is more that it's a trackable
Yeah, the fact that you can measure it is the problem.
And it creates so many problems where it's just like, hey,
midichlorians.
Sith in the Senate. Is there a Sith? Okay, Dooku said there's a Sith in the Senate. Okay, well, we don't even need to.
We just needed to do a midichlorian test on everyone. Whoever has an abnormally high count of midichlorians is probably the evil Sith.
Especially since Count Dooku specifically told Kenobi that the Republic is being maneuvered by that the Republic is being maneuvered by a dark side user.
So one of my favorite thought experiments regarding Star Wars is like which movie is worse, 1 or 2? Because I go back and forth endlessly.
2 is worse. 2 is
worse. 2 is I agree, but 2 is also
how
more
the hell have we
interesting
gotten back here?
What?
Oh yeah.
Because
hold on, wait a second.
It's literally a Star Wars.
We just finished Andor. We're talking about the prequels now.
Hold on. I'm
Andor
going
is
to
a
get
prequel, to be fair.
Episode 2 is fucking peak fire because it has the Battle of Geonosis. Also, it also introduces my boys in white, the Grand Army of the Republic. You are not allowed to talk shit on them.
Question: have any of you guys seen the channel The Seals Are Good? The Star Wars parody channel?
Yes, I've seen that.
You remember the Kiandi Mundi meme?
I haven't seen that. Though I also Wissia, you failed to mention your favorite part, the arena of vaginas on Geonosis.
The what? The arena of what?
Yeah,
I never looked at that. I never even got that image, man. I just looked at that.
I don't know what you're talking about, Dunn. I don't know about you.
Well, you must have had the wrong copy of that movie, man. I don't know what kind of what copy you got over there. None over here must have been tripping tripping on weed.
So hold on, there's actually a really interesting counterfactual here that I was trying to get to, and it's this. So in the original novelization of A New Hope, the way the Empire is described is actually radically different because it says explicitly that's what's happened in the Empire.
That's why I say those look like vaginas.
Not really.
Okay.
Nah.
Yes,
I'm not. No.
Done.
Yes, they do.
Stop.
No, we're gonna
Stop.
let this one
I
go.
don't know. I don't know about you.
Get some help.
I'm really good.
Get some help, Done.
That's what they look like.
No, Done. We're done here. You're done. You are done.
They're all over the place.
No,
Done. You are done with this.
I think this is simply your projection because you have yet to fuck a pussy in your life. And so all you have to say is kindly become not a virgin.
No, this is Andor takes place between New Hope and Return of the Jedi, probably around.
It takes place 15.
I said 4 years
years
for a reason.
It's 15 years after Revenge of the Sith, and then season 2.
It literally says it in the show. It's 4 years before New Hope. We have that confirmed. Okay.
Yeah.
Also,
or BBY.
what was I saying? What the fuck was I saying?
Yeah.
Shit.
But at the beginning of
right.
season 2, it's for BBY, and then second arc
Done.
is BBY.
Raptor.
And
let him speak.
Yeah, done.
No.
You are almost as old as my sister, and my sister has just finally filled the marriage papers today, and I am almost positive is not a virgin despite that. So you need to get on with it.
I'll get married at some point.
Look, it usually takes longer for us guys.
I'm aware.
I didn't get
this.
This. I got this from School of Movies, admittedly, and I think it's an amusing joke because it just looks very similar. It's hilarious.
BBY stands for before Battle of Yavin.
Yeah.
Another relic of like the terrible dating of the series, by the way.
Yeah, essentially And before Battle Beyond, is of course referring to the ending of A New Hope.
Yeah, like that being treated as like the seminal date in the setting is like ridiculous.
I don't mind it. It's the destruction of the Death Star, which is so far the biggest super weapon ever made in the galaxy. I can honestly see that.
Kind of, yeah. And I also like how in Andor, since this obviously places a lot more emphasis on the Death Star, it leading up to the events in which the Death Star blows up is very fitting. So it's not only makes sense in terms of like timeline, but it also kind of gives you a bit of dread or a bit of anticipation for what's inevitably going to occur. So I really like the.
I think that it actually would be better to use the shift from the Republic to the Empire as the date, as opposed to the Battle of
exactly. Yeah, that would be that should be the actual date.
Well, to be fair, I think that it's referring to like after the Empire is defeated. Like this is from the context of the rebels who defeated the Empire, and this is their interpretation of the timeline now. Because also, the Empire would have a different date scheme, obviously, but for the rebellion after they defeat the Empire, it makes sense that they would refer to like BBY because BBY is ultimately the turning point in the war, where they actually are capable of destroying the most important thing the Empire has.
I think it's a relic of the way the writers structured the setting, not the actual like in universe stuff.
I mean, but
Vader is just vibing on his castle, or he's just hunting Jedi survivors. Yeah, he's either vibing on Mustafar or hunting Jedi survivors. That's it.
Yeah, there isn't really much information about Vader during this time period, unless you go to exterior novels where he's just kind of exploring the galaxy and stuff, and
or the comics.
Yeah, the comics.
But
yeah, as far as a lot of it is like there's stuff. It's really contradictory. There's kind of bits where he's fighting against rebel cells, where I think one of the most badass things that he says is, "All I see is dead around me are dead men." Even though he's surrounded by rebels.
He says, "All I am surrounded by is screaming in dead men, is fear in dead men."
That's honestly really, really cool.
It's also a great draw. It's a great like panel.
Yeah, I've seen that panel. It's really cool. But yeah, I kind of am sad that we've only gotten really bad Darth Vader other than Rogue One. Like it's kind of since Return of the Jedi, really. Yeah, since like Vader is really good in Return of the Jedi. Like the Luke and Vader stuff is the main thing that keeps Return of the Jedi.
That plotline is the best plotline.
The thing
that's the reason why that's the reason why I don't completely throw Return of the Jedi into the trash bin, because at least Luke and Vader was pretty good, and it wraps up that story arc, which is the beating heart of Star Wars.
Yeah,
if George
had fumbled that, nobody would like Star Wars.
Everybody would have hated it for sure.
Darth Vader just seems to be given to people who, at this point, they're just reusing old shit constantly. Think of everything after Rogue One you see Vader in is all a reuse of previous stuff. The Kenobi stuff reused the scene in Rebels. The Outlaw shit reused the scene from Rogue One. The fucking I think Jedi Survivor is the only time he had a decent delivery of something, and it's also pretty much what happens in fucking Rebels. It's like it's all repeats now. No one fucking knows how to write him anymore.
I thought it was Jedi Fallen Order. Does he show up in
He shows up in both. He shows up in both.
I don't actually know the games very well.
I've played both games, and he shows up in both. He shows up as a final boss where you just have to like escape at the end of Fallen Order, and in Survivor you actually have to fight him.
Oh, I don't.
To that I say, pity trip. I don't care.
Yeah, Return of the Jedi is a bad
movie. I have a particular hatred for Return of the Jedi, and I feel vindicated in my hatred.
It's so sad because episode 5 is so good.
Yes.
It's perfect.
And by the way, that feeling has only deepened after watching Andor.
Yeah, and I think part of one of the main problems is the Empire sucks in Return of the Jedi.
Yeah, no, that is actually the secret reason. I mean, the stormtroopers being chumps is like hugely undercutting.
I mean, it is, I think, the biggest reason people have that impression because New Hope had the excuse. They're competent in the strike backs, and it's New Hope they kind of started the downslide.
Before we even began, I remember I was in the chat with Axela. I joked that, oh yeah, like I'm considering whether or not Return of the Jedi is even worse than fucking Revenge of the Sith. And then we sat down and then we watched it. I'm like, oh my god. I was joking at first, Axela. I was genuinely just joking. I didn't actually think it would be this bad.
It's a more
I think it's just
I was like, oh my god. I really do have to consider whether or not it's as good or as bad as Revenge of the Sith now.
I think it's just George Lucas being an idiot and not making them Wookiees. We would all have liked it better if it was
even
Wookiees.
If they were Wookiees.
It would be a lot more believable if they were Wookiees.
No, I honestly think if it was Wookiees, it would be better, and especially if he is willing to give them the technology the Wookiees deserve to have based on the setting. But even if it was just normal Wookiees without tech, it's still more believable. They're fucking 7 feet tall behemoths who are familiar with their environment. They can pull shit off.
Yeah,
but like they wouldn't deserve it, right? Like the problem with the Ewoks is not that they're cute and cuddly, because that just makes it silly, right? The problem with the Ewoks is that
they're short.
They're like people eating. They are people eating savages who are duped into helping the rebels because they prop up 3PO as a false idol. That is disgusting. That is disgusting. Yeah. They are the kind of things that the Empire should be oppressing, because again, people eating savages should be handled.
And that's not even an exaggeration, by the way. They literally in the movie consider eating our characters.
These are not heroic creatures; they're barbarians.
Yeah, I'm not arguing against that. I watched a channel whose big joke was people should go to that planet and just start hunting Ewoks for sport and eating them. I don't care about that. I just care. The only thing I care about is how they fucked up the troopers and that, because that's actually damage beyond them.
Because there is a technological gap that is so wide that I just can't believe that a bunch of Ewoks could even stand a chance against a regiment of troopers, but they did somehow.
Yeah, the other half of the problem is that this is George living his Vietnam fantasy, right? This is the classic boomer. Yeah. Vietnam was won by the people who were inferior because like home field advantage or something, when of course it's really because they're being funded by the Chinese and the Soviets all the time.
Which isn't even true. Because
hold on. I want to just comment on something over here funny that I just realized. How funny is it that the most explicitly political Star Wars movie was also the worst one out of the lot? Like everybody's like, oh, Star Wars has always been political. Don't you know about Return of the Jedi? I was like, yeah, it sucked. Funny that
more or less how it was executed.
And it also sucked.
I don't know that it makes it the worst one though. I mean,
the worst one out of.
You can argue even A New Hope has political elements, considering he named them stormtroopers.
Yeah.
There actually are interesting political elements in A New Hope. Like there actually is. There's the dissolution of the Senate.
That the most explicitly political Star Wars, like the most explicitly political original trilogy movie, is also coincidentally the least good out of the three.
It would still
be bad. Like we're not complaining about
my objection to the Ewoks.
No. I'm not saying that's causal link. I'm saying that it's coincidental. And it's a funny coincidence.
It is a funny coincidence. I think Star Wars needs more politics, not less.
Yeah, it needs actual smart politics.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is why Andor is so good. It has smart politics.
I don't know if it's mainly their size and the tech gap.
It's the
like,
technological gap and the size that's a problem. It doesn't matter if they're practical effects or CGI to recreate.
I just find them ideologically offensive.
Here's the thing.
Like,
I do believe he said that was the original idea, and I don't think he changed the idea because it wasn't possible. I think he could have, because it's just a costume. He could have made the costumes. He has Chewbacca, obviously. It's just it was he wanted marketable.
They also couldn't really find as many people who are like 7 foot, roughly like Chewbacca's height.
He could have gotten the Los Angeles Lakers to show up for that. All they needed was a couple of bags of cocaine. They would have done it.
He could have given them stilts.
Yeah. So I maybe
I think that's George being
like
dumb.
That's George wanting to be thinking he's making something cutesy when he's making something kind of gross, if I'm being honest. Like I really hate the Ewoks.
Yeah, I despise the Ewoks. I commit genocide on them every time I play Empire at War, and I do not feel any sick regrets.
Immediately fire the Death Star on Endor.
Okay, wait. So I think I see where Chip's point's coming. Wait. I think I see what Chip's point's coming from. It's not just that they don't have technology. I said I would believe it more if it was the Wookiees, and even if they didn't have any of the tech, because I can see them being good guerrilla fighters. Specifically, the Ewoks. They should be being. They can literally get kicked away. They're the size of a soccer ball. I just don't feel like they have the ability.
I also want to give the Viet Cong and the Afghan fighters more credit. They have guns. Here's the thing. There's a technology gap between them, but they have like weapons. They are using guns against guys with guns. The Ewoks are using sticks and stones against guys with literal laser weapons.
Yeah, and there was a whole North Vietnamese army that actually could do things.
Yeah, and the thing is, ultimately, I can believe there being a technologically inferior faction defeating a technologically superior one. Like that's what happened at the Battle of Island One between the Zulus and the British, merely because the British were so caught off guard. But the thing is, the technological gap needs to be close enough relative to how advanced and how lacking that the two factions are in order for it to be believable. The Empire is a spacefaring nation that has an imperial regiment that has technology more sophisticated than our own, and it's losing against a side that has more technology that we would consider to be barbaric and ultimately
primitive.
And really think about this. If they were, even if they
here's what I say is the biggest thing: they are not portrayed to be menacing. They're actively portrayed as a joke. You literally see an Ewok trying to do a slingshot and fuck up. I think that's the biggest thing, because I can fully believe a inferior technology. I think it would be more believable the Ewoks with inferior technology could have done this, considering it's bad terrain. We've already seen them fuck up speeders because of trees. I can see that. They're just not portrayed as a menacing thing. They're portrayed as a joke. And so the stormtroopers come off as a joke when they're beaten by them.
Yeah.
If it bothered to really show that this is a very savage people who are using everything they can to fuck them up, then it would be better.
Yeah,
the problem is they're meant to be marketable and cuddly. And
the thing is, Trip, is the fact that if we're dealing with a regiment of stormtroopers against a regiment of Ewoks, the regiment of stormtroopers win every time. I don't understand why all of them decide to flee in terror, just because a bunch of rocks being thrown at them.
The stormtroopers blasters alone should set the forest on fire. This is and again, let's assume that they were technologically sophisticated, right? If they were exactly the same otherwise, where again they eat people, it'd be gross. It'd be worse, right? This is I know I'm kind of harping on this hard, but I do feel moral revulsion at the Ewoks. I don't like them.
I hate.
And that to me is way more important than the technological gap.
So hold on, there's just a complete tonal mess.
Yeah, I
mess
agree.
over there.
That's what I'm driving.
I said tonal mess.
Look,
I don't
do so
like
we can share stuff that's actually good. Okay, that's why we do so.
One problem is that George did not make the change. He the weird thing is he actually, according to this, he changed it because Ewoks had evolved to be too technologically advanced for the primitive guerrilla-style battle he envisioned against the Empire.
Yeah, that's what I remember hearing. Basically, I think he wanted Wookiees to have technology, and he did not want technology relevant in the fight, so he made Ewoks.
Yeah, that is
which you still could have made something really, look a bit better.
I think also it's pretty dumb. You could just make Chewie the exception rather than the rule. That's perfectly acceptable.
There are 1,000 ways to contrive the Ewoks to be more aesthetically pleasing, but the actual content of their character is something that either changes or it doesn't. And George Lucas wrote a story where the good guys use a tribe of barbarians.
I mean, I don't think that's a knock on the good guys for making use of a faction to their advantage, especially since I don't know how much he even asked for their help. It's just kind of like, if you don't like the Ewoks, don't like them. They're just helping out because manipulation.
Because they now have a new god.
Well, to be fair, this is beneficial for the Ewoks as well, because I imagine the Empire will just laid waste to them.
But I actually do want to point out something. Yeah, something that Crimson pointed out was something that me and my cousin joke about a lot. Why didn't the Empire just fucking torch the place? It's not like the Empire cares about the lives of the Ewoks or has any sort of moral consideration for them. And given the fact that they were planning on revealing this location to the rebels anyway, there's no point in using all the foliage to keep their base a secret. Just torch the whole place.
I mean, we still talk about the room. And
that can be explained by their arrogance. They don't think it's a problem worth dealing with.
I think it's not a matter of it's not that it's terrible. It's that it's an unfortunate mixed bag with one really good plot thread and a bunch of others that are really rushed. Especially, I think that also the Jabba's palace has so many bad failure points.
Oh my god!
The first act of that film was terrible too.
That the more I think about Return of the Jedi, the more I end up hating it as a film.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to rate it. I won't rate it anywhere below a 4 out of 10 because, I'm not that much of a contrarian, but
yeah.
At the same time,
it's a 5. It's a solid 5 because I think that the Luke and Vader stuff and even the space battle is really well done. Like the space battle,
I don't even know about that.
On the surface, the space battle does look interesting, but the fact that A-Wing was capable of destroying a Super Star Destroyer simply because it blew up one shield generator is insane.
It crashed. It crashed into the bridge.
Yeah,
which is
crashed into the bridge. But the thing is, blowing up the bridge wouldn't. Yeah, the thing is, blowing up the bridge wouldn't destroy. I agree. Take out the entire. Yeah, it wouldn't take out the entire Super Star Destroyer. There would still be backup bridges at least within the core or something. I don't understand why they highly centralize every vulnerable point into one section of the ship that's completely incompetent.
No, it is. I agree. It is silly.
It's not a matter of we're not really saying it doesn't make logical sense necessarily. We're saying that the film undermines its own aims.
It's more the reason
multiple spots.
You could say the reason the topic over itself.
Part of the reason the topic was brought up is because Andor actually does a good job at portraying stormtroopers as kind of a competent and menacing force to some extent, which is in contrast to basically all media after Return of the Jedi. And the issue started with Return of the Jedi because a lot of people took what was portrayed there basically made them into a joke.
They
it's the death of the Empire. Return of the Jedi is the death of the Empire, not only in the literal sense, but also in how we interpret them.
In the meta sense.
The meta sense as well. They're not intimidating anymore because everybody's incompetent. Gus Fring is still intimidating, even though he's eventually going to die because he's competent all throughout, but the Empire is not when you Return of the Jedi.
And that's part of the reason why I hate. That's probably the biggest reason why I hate Return of the Jedi is because of the disservice it did to the Empire.
It also,
but also the dialogue across the film is generally not very good. The rebels themselves, the rebel characters themselves are just sort of what the hell happened?
Another function of the Ewoks, by the way. That's another thing.
Yeah.
They take the victory from the rebels.
Like Leia communicating with Han Solo after Luke departed, unironically remind me of a lot of the prequels dialogue because they just overtly express their emotions, and humans don't really do that very much.
I am in.
Well,
the
of course I
camp
do.
that-
He's my brother.
I'm in the camp that I don't even like the sibling thing. I think that's totally lame and a cop out.
That was stupid.
Yeah, I don't. Well, the thing is, New Hope actually functions fine. It has actually doesn't undermine the threat at any point. Same with Empire.
No. The stormtroopers are fine in New Hope.
And in the New Hope and Empire, the stormtroopers are actually pretty competent.
I don't know. Wanted to be more, and I think that applies well to the expanded universe. But I don't know if when we're just comparing Return of the Jedi to even just the last two, it's a marked drop in quality.
Yeah, that's actually something, because that's the thing. When I was rewatching it with Axela, we saw the first movie and we're like, wow, that was a really good film. It was like, it wasn't crazy, it wasn't pretentious, it was just a good movie. And then Empire Strikes Back comes out, and then we see Empire Strikes Back, and it's like, oh damn, now we're getting a little bit more cerebral and more intelligent about all this. This is even better than before. And then we get to Return the Jedi.
Empire Strikes Back has Andorisms. That's why it's so good.
Small little tangent, just very small, because this reminded me. Talking about Return of the Jedi. Disney is apparently wanting to do a theatrical re-release of Avengers Endgame before Avengers Doomsday. So to remind people before that shit show of a film. As if they haven't ruined several of the characters in their dozen or so films.
They've ruined everyone. They've ruined everyone. Not just Sufferall, they ruined everyone.
They've ruined the genre.
Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate. I think though, and even just looking at I know that in the I know there's actually doing a 25-year anniversary for re-release in theaters for Fellowship of the Ring, which is kind of cool.
That's nice, but they'll only show theatrical version, won't they? So worse version.
Ooh.
Parody of what? Your villains are supposed to be fearsome. Sorry,
I don't know. It's a massive drop off. It's a massive drop off, and it's
the stormtroopers have already proven themselves to be competent because of A New Hope's opening. Like, look at all the rebels that died compared to the stormtroopers that died, and more rebels died than stormtroopers.
And then take a look at Empire Strikes Back. In Empire Strikes Back, the Empire wins. They completely crush the rebellion and take over an entire city within a span of only a day. The Empire were never meant to be a parody. They were never meant to be a joke. You were supposed to take them seriously from start to finish.
Like the Imperial officers that Vader talks to are taken very seriously. They're not supposed to be a parody. They're very bland, but they're very authoritative as a result of their mundanity. Yeah. Which is actually something Andor takes and explores with even more in its show, which is why it's very much in conjunction with New Hope and Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah, one of the really great things.
And on top of all that,
I never got the sense that anything more cartoonishly evil Bond villains.
Yeah, one of the really good things about Empire is that it separates out, it makes this really sharp distinction between the normal Imperials and then the maniacs like Vader and from the previous film Tarkin, right? There's something particularly evil about these higher ranking villains where you can't just say, oh, well, it's the Empire. It's no.
Tarkin is extremely competent. Yeah. He's highly intelligent. And he is not supposed to be taken as a joke.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Right? But in the next film, the point I'm driving at is that in the next film, you see this separation between a regular guy like Piet and the actual evil person that is Darth Vader and his echelon, right?
Apology accepted, Captain Nida.
Yeah, exactly. Nida's a good guy.
It should also be mentioned they were not meant to be just any stormtroopers, but specifically Vader's personal.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get into that now, aren't we?
Yeah.
We're gonna get into the fact that this isn't just any Legion of Stormtroopers. This is Vader's fist. This was the 501st Legion, the same exact 501st, not exactly the men, but the same exact detachment that went in and exterminated the entire Jedi Order in one night.
You don't know
at
that.
their fucking temple.
Well, based off of just A New Hope itself, it's demonstrated that stormtroopers are competent. That's just added additional lore.
I know, but the fact that this is the same exact military unit that exterminated the Jedi and they lose to fucking Ewoks is insane. You want to tell me that you're spiritually in tuned, monastic, enlightened space knights with their special magical lightsabers and weapons get completely punked by an army of clone soldiers with regular ass guns, but then they are way less competent at killing said clone soldiers than literal teddy bears with sticks and stones.
When you say it like that, anything could sound ridiculous.
George, you fucked it up. That was a major fuck up. You do not do that. Why is it that you have the guys that we are supposed to be looking up to getting butchered by the same exact guys who get killed by joke characters?
It's because he has boomer.
It's like Darth Vader being beaten by fucking Jar Jar.
It's because he has boomer bug brain. Like that is why. Like it's the same shit with like Martin has the problem too in A Song of Ice and Fire.
Yeah.
Like it's constant.
George Lucas is a boomer hippie.
Yes. You know, actually, no,
so is George.
I have yes. So is Martin, yes. I have a lot.
George was a conscientious objector to Vietnam, and you can see at multiple points his disdain for the military in how he writes the Night's Watch.
Yeah, exactly.
I love Star Wars. It's my first love. I don't mind that. I don't think that's the problem over here. That's not the problem. It's that they fucked up the allegory.
I don't even know if that's what the audiences expected. I don't think that the audience expected it to be a slapstick climax. And I think also it's very jarring because it goes from slapstick to, even within the battle on Yavin, there's times where it goes from slapstick with the Ewoks to tragic, where one of the Ewoks has died, and we see one of his friends mourning it.
Pushing, he's trying to wake him back up because he doesn't realize that his friend is dead, and the second he does realize he's dead, he starts crying. And on top of all that, within the series of Star Wars itself, Empire Strikes Back is an incredibly dark movie. It's very bleak. It ends with our hero losing his arm and realizing that the noble old mentor that he looked up to not only lied to him about what happened to his father, but as it turns out, his father was the exact evil that he was fighting the whole time. His world is completely shattered before his very eyes, and the heroes are on the run while the villains reign supreme.
Well, I know you didn't say slapstick, but I'm just wondering, what they expected. That's functionally that's what the Battle on Yavin 4 is.
Yeah.
The main thing that salvages Jedi from being a complete failure is the fact that they don't screw up Vader and Luke. Luke's confrontation.
And I am going to apologize because I am very, very passionate about these movies. This strikes a nerve with me.
I mean, after the first act of Return of the Jedi, they don't screw up Luke, but Luke does make some really dumb decisions in the first act.
Episode 6 is the climax of episode 6 is not bad if we're talking about it as a generic. It's not horrific. If we're talking about it as a generic family-friendly action. If we're actually talking about engaging with serious ideas, it sucks. The Ewoks suck. The space battle isn't worth it.
And the space battle in of itself is really bad too, knowing the fact that the entire rebel fleet entered Andor, not knowing that if the Death Star's shields were truly down or not. They were just placing a lot of faith that Han Solo did his job on time. without any confirmation.
Yeah, that's also like a function of like technology marching on and things like that. Where like, how do you communicate over long distances, et cetera, which is
more or less. I think a better way would have been to have like them steal like another Imperial shuttle, because if you can steal one, you can steal another one. Then send that one and then check to see if the Death Star's shield was truly down or not. Because the entire rebellion's fate is in the hands of this plan working. You think someone as smart as Admiral Appark would have had at least some kind of due diligence, or
you want to talk about
Yeah.
another huge failure of Episode 6. Like, Han Solo is nothing in that movie.
Yeah,
he's a big fat nothing.
Han Solo is solidly ruined.
I liked him in the first.
Ruined.
Yeah, I liked him in the first act, but afterwards he does get progressively worse. It's like the opposite of what happened to Luke, where he got worse in the first act and then got better. But Han Solo is like the complete inverse. He was good in the first act, and then afterwards, no.
Yeah,
he's
an afterthought. He's an afterthought
in that movie. Han Solo is completely neutered. He is not the same character as he was.
He's way too goofy. He carries Episode 5 in places. Like, he is so good.
Like Han. Yeah, Han is way too goofy in Return of the Jedi, and it comes off as really off-putting. Like, this isn't really your personality.
No, it is to me very interesting. Like, interesting that, like, you know, for a long time it was the case that Episode 6 was regarded better than Episode 5, and you can tell because Episode 6 is more like Episode 4 in a lot of ways. And now I still like Episode 4 because Episode is a much tighter movie, and it's also like you can evolve from it, right? Like part of what makes 5 work is that 4 sets it up, right? 5 wouldn't work as well if 4 didn't set it up well.
Yeah.
And the thematic progression is natural. Like 6 is like a regression.
Yeah. Even though I acknowledge that Episode 5 is better than 4, I still prefer 4 over 5. That might be an unconventional opinion, but I just love The New Hope so much.
It's a more like complete movie. It's a more like it's like the perfect form of itself, right?
Yeah.
You know, like one of the things I always say about like Episodes 1 and 2 is not only their weaknesses aside, right? Episode 2 is for me like way more interesting to talk about that episode, because Episode 1 is just kind of just not great. Episode 2 is very unique to me because it's the only Star Wars movie where the conceit of like the setting and the series like actually works against the movie, because Episode 2 should be like a really tense, like political thriller type movie, and it's like an action movie, and like the way I always say is like the best scene between Obi-Wan and Jango Fett should not be them like getting in a punching contest.
That's true.
It's like this like it should be much more of a movie about like intrigue and like mystery, like, and the mysteries, like the mystery that is there is like horrific when you actually look at it.
Yeah, essentially, the prequels are what Andor is. Like, it's in George's mind. He thought he was making Andor.
Yeah, and I'm a huge sucker for what Episode 2 should be, which because Episode 2 is like supposed to be like this, like it's like this illicit romance set against the backdrop of like this society destroying political crisis, and I'm a huge sucker for that kind of thing, and it just does not hit well at all. Like down to the source of the clone army being the bodyguard of the separatist leader who's telling you that the Republic is controlled by the ancient religious enemies of the Guardians of the Republic is so weird. Red flags. It's so weird.
Red flags.
Here's my thought for fixing that, and I could have you can easily thread that needle, is just have Dooku kill Jango as a false flag, as part of a false flag on the Separatists' own guys to trick them, because that would have been like genius, right? Yeah. That's like, and it shows like, you know, he's like ruthless, he's like taking out his own guys, you know, and you don't have this weird thing where like again, the clone army is like clearly bullshit.
Hold on, let me summarize what you just said in a quick little meme. Hello, Jedi General Mace Windu. We are an entire army of clone soldiers of that guy over there that you just killed 5 minutes ago.
Cool, let's go fight.
What would you like for us to do, sir? Let's go blow up that shit over there.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. But that is what it is. Like it's bonkers when you actually like look at it.
And
I think also another.
Yeah, and he's also a complete moron too, because he knows that Obi-Wan Kenobi is within Geonosis' atmosphere, and yet he doesn't confirm if he actually killed him or not, and decides to go along with Geonosis. And there's no point for him to be in Geonosis either.
Yeah, no. The whole like Jango. Like, there's other like levels to this. Like how the fuck do you even justify putting if you're Dooku and Palpatine, and your goal is to like get the clones like in bed with the Jedi, so you can trick them, which is like the whole plan. Why like Jango Fett should be nowhere near Coruscant. And I don't want to hear this bullshit about how he's the best bounty. He's the only assassin who can kill Padme. That is ridiculous.
Yeah,
Yes.
like that was needlessly convoluted. There didn't need to be 2 bounty hunters. Just have Jango kill Padme.
Well, but no. You're missing my point. Like my point is that Jango. Yes, that itself was silly. My point is that Jango should be like part of what Jango should be paid to do is not be there.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Like
or just that's better. Just have one bounty hunter. Yeah, my main point is just to have like one bounty hunter kill Padme and not have it be Jango Fett, because there's too much at stake with Jango Fett.
Exactly.
And because I know a lot of people, prequel defenders, saying that like, oh, his inclusion was intentional because he intentionally wanted like Kenobi to go on this fetch quest to eventually find Kamino in a very contrived way that the Separatists can't really monitor at all. Like the entire plan.
So what they want the Jedi to know that the clones are being sourced from a guy who is working for the Separatists. Like,
and especially since that even if that was their plan, there's no way that he would know about Dexter Jettster, who's the only person that Kenobi knows, who's even been on Kamino before any prior knowledge.
The obvious thing is that Dooku has covered up Kamino, and they're funding the clone army, right? Like, and this is kind of interesting. This is where I'm gonna give George a credit for a moment, and then I'm gonna rip him, because in the original. If you actually like read the original Thrawn trilogy, one of my favorite things in all fiction is how a story evolves over time, which is why I was bringing up the point earlier about how like in the original A New Hope, the original book, the Emperor is just a figurehead, and like the military moths have taken over the government. That's actually in the book. It's actually really cool and weird when you read it.
Yeah, very strange, especially considering how it's actually in reverse. Really.
Yes, exactly. No, exactly. Like it's really it's like like I read that and I'm like, this is like way different. But ignoring that, in the original Thrawn trilogy, right, it's very much implied that the clones were the guys attacking the Republic. So Lucas like turning that on its head sounds like an interesting idea. Except number one, it means he's not regarding the other stuff that other people wrote, and we don't have to get into my theories about how art works for that right now. But and the other thing is that like, okay, you did it, and then you tipped your hand because the clones are obviously being made by the Separatists. They're obviously being made by Dooku. They're obviously being made. Like how the fuck is Jango Fett working for Count Dooku?
Yeah.
How does anyone let him get away with that? And I've had this argument with people where it's like, oh, well, like Jango Fett is a mercenary, and it's okay that he's like, fucking kidding me.
Yeah, it's very much a like what wait. I think also the major
at that point is like that's where you do a double take.
I think another problem that it has is that George went way too far in making Anakin a psychopath and then dialed it right back at the beginning of Revenge of the Sith.
He didn't have a lot to...
I have no idea why Padme was attracted to Anakin when there's too many obvious red flags.
She is so much worse character than he is.
Guys, we all know that women love crime dramas and freaking shows about killers, man. We know that they're fans of true crime. Okay, Padme was just really into that, and she got a turn on when she heard her boyfriend was actually one of those guys in a true crime documentary. She was like,
the thing is, Padme is supposed to be a very educated woman who are usually into that.
Raptor, what kind of woman do you think are watching these? Do you think it's just some random chick off the street?
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
No, but the interesting thing about Padme, like
what is happening with
Done. So yeah, what's going on?
Done.
Sorry, I'm spraying my. I'm using
the compressed air.
Compressed air.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Could you turn off mic while you're doing that?
Yeah, Padme is so much worse a character than Anakin. It's kind of like alarming when you think about it.
Yeah, I would agree. Padme is way
like
worse.
Padme more than Anakin.
She breaks the films. Like fundamentally, she breaks the movies.
Yeah, like there's tons of things about Padme. Like down to like here's a really good question for you. Why isn't she a separatist? Why?
That is a very good question.
Why is her? Because going off episode 1, she's the one who's left to hang out to dry. It is 3:00 and I am getting tired. Why is she?
Well, the funny thing was, you kind of get the sense that Natalie Portman has a crush on Hayden Christensen, but when you listen to like the
I understand like in real life like why they'd be attracted to each other, but as characters, no.
Yeah, there's supposed to be more than just physical attraction, right? Like,
yeah.
And there's nothing on Padme's end. Like this is the thing, right? You know why Anakin is interested in Padme. Like there's actually lots of
like that. That makes sense. At least it makes sense why Anakin is attracted to Padme, but just the other way around, I don't know.
No, nothing. And
and I think that it's just weird that it's like he fundamentally.
You'll always be that little boy I met on Tatooine.
That's just so. It's kind of like, okay, so what changed?
Padme, what did you mean by this?
Are we sure Christensen and Pattinson? Well,
there's no Robert Pattinson. Robert Pattinson's a good actor, man. Like I like Robert Pattinson.
Pattinson's fine in the Batman and Tenet, even though
not like
the Batman's.
He's fucking great in the White House.
I will never fault Christian Haydenson for having to deal with poor direction.
Yeah, Christian's a fine. Robert Pattinson's a fine actor.
Hayden Christensen is a good actor. He was just given really bad directing.
Yeah,
why don't you like him?
I've seen Hayden Christensen even in Looper, for example, or Jumper. I mean, even though Jumper's a bad movie, but Christensen's actually not bad in that movie. He's actually pretty good.
There are even moments in the prequels where he's like perfectly functional. It's the writing for his character that's weak, right? He is like believably angry when his mom is killed.
Oh yeah, no, that was a great sequence over there. I genuinely do love that, and also I think like the sequence. I wish we got more sequences between Anakin and Shmi. Yeah, I wish because she's really integral and important to his character, and.
I mean,
this is all the fault of the Phantom Menace. If Phantom Menace was a better movie, then everything else that would follow would be so much better because Phantom Menace was the foundation.
Exactly right. This is why I always like facilitate on which is worse with 1 or 2 because I think 1 is actually more damaging to the series because 2 is like a weird. It's like a much more like unfocused movie and it doesn't know what it's doing correctly.
Well, the thing is. The reason why I think episode 2 is worse is because you can technically skip 1 and enter 2 without not knowing too much about what happened in episode 1, to be honest.
Yeah, so actually to me, like here's the interesting thing I had a thought about. Like if let's assume episode 1 just didn't exist and it was just episode 2 as in yes, episode 2 has its own faults, right?
Yeah.
If you were watching episode 2 for the first time and you were like just paying attention to what was going on and you didn't know what Anakin's like backstory was, and then you hit like the middle of the movie and you learned he was a slave that was like taken from Tatooine when he was a kid. That's actually like a really surprising reveal, right? Like that would actually function as a really interesting reveal for his character. As a way of like backstory. As a way of like it's like an in media res. I'm a huge sucker for in media res storytelling. So I think there's actually a lot of functionality to him being like the story, the story beats being revealed in that way.
I think that's a good point. I think also another problem is that Anakin is not a tragic character. Like, he's not a good person that falls, kind of like Macbeth.
He's not.
He was kind of just screwed from the outset.
So the best way I've ever heard tragedy described is there for the ancient Greeks, right? Tragedy was like it was like the fall of a great person, right? There was like this is why Oedipus is considered a tragedy, even though it's just kind of like weird and random, right? When you actually like read what happens. But I don't think it was Hegel. It wasn't Hegel. It was someone else. Maybe it was Hegel. I remember I watched a whole series of lectures on Shakespeare, and this guy was really good. He made Romeo and Juliet good, which is like hard because Romeo and Juliet sucks. But the tragic situation was an instance where two goods come into conflict. Because good versus evil, and this is kind of the reason I soured on Palpatine a little bit. Good versus evil is not drama. Good versus evil is melodrama, right? So the conflict that's supposed to exist in Anakin is that he is trying to choose between his responsibility as a Jedi and like his love of his wife, right? And also his beliefs in order, which is why the actual best scene between Anakin and Padme might just be the scene, the otherwise terrible scene where like they're frolicking in the fields and he's talking about dictatorships, the meme scene, because he's actually articulating how he thinks.
That's so funny.
And that's actually an important scene because the actual content. This is where I get like really pissed off when people use the whole like it's a silent film, because the actual content of his dialogue matters. He's making the argument for order and authority and peace.
But he says so the worst possible way.
Yes, I know, but like because that's because it's not George's writing doesn't matter.
Because George's major problem, like George himself has admitted on camera that he does not like character-driven drama. Like there's actual video evidence of him saying this. Remember? Yeah, like he says it. He doesn't like one. Well, yeah, and the weirdest part is like I think Rick Worley tried to use it as evidence that George Lucas is making a different kind of movie, and it's like, no, you're just proving that George is dumb.
I could have strangled that guy. He like. And like his bit on I watched his Woody Allen video, and like of course he pivots to defend. Like it's like, first of all, we're dealing with like just like a totally like scummy and skeevy situation with Woody Allen, but like I get it, he's not technically committing a crime, fine, whatever, right? And then it like pivots to like talking about Roman Polanski, where we're arguing that like the guy's artistic capabilities, and I've seen Roman Polanski films, they're good. But we're arguing about how his artistic capabilities warrant an abrogation of justice, and it's like, my God, like of course you're making this argument.
Yeah, I have many problems with Rick Worley. But yeah, like this is what George thinks.
Yeah, but that was quite a ways into my career. Francis found out about it, and he said, I heard you were going to transfer to the animation department. What's that all about? And I said, well, I think you're boring. I said, I've done this. I don't want to do Hollywood movies. I have no interest in this at all. You know, I'm really going to go off and be a documentary cameraman. I'm going to do more experimental type of films. I do not like character-driven drama. I don't like plots. I'm not into this stuff. You know, film cinema is pure. You know, it's not photographing a stage play. It's not photographing a book. It's pure. It's its own medium. So he liked that. My experiences in San Francisco, where there was a very large experimental film community called Canyon Cinema and Environs, and that's what I liked. I liked pure cinema, and when I went to school, that's what I was going to do. I said, I don't want to tell stories. I don't like to write scripts. I don't like characters. I don't like any of this stuff.
The term pure cinema.
He's making so like I'm not going to rip this to shreds because like he's making an argument for the film as the medium itself, right? This is like what Kubrick was perfect at, right? But like obviously George Lucas is not Kubrick, and like the heart of a good story is still the characters, right?
I like how despite all this, he still made a more cohesive trilogy than Disney.
Yes. No, look.
Well, that's a lot of credit that goes to people he worked with.
Yeah, but like he still like deserves some credit for like leading it, and
he's a good ideas guy, but in terms of execution, someone else needs to take the reel, so to speak.
No, I agree with that. Like
I think he's good to keep a unified vision of what he wants, but he needs people who actually handle details and also push back.
And also
push back, give him a leash, and
as much as like I'm ripping him and his politics, at least like there's like a moral core to this fucking story. And not like it's not just like nihilistic garbage like what Doom turned into. I have huge problems with Dune. I appreciate a lot of Dune, but like some of it is just like really, really annoying.
Dune?
I really love Dune. I really love Dune.
As it keeps going.
I'm talking about like the whole series, right? Like
Dune does, from what I hear, get worse after what is it, book 3 or so?
After
Dune 4. So look, I read all Dune, and I read it very recently. And so Dune is. I appreciate the harshness of Dune, and I appreciate the seriousness of Dune, which I do. I do appreciate that. But Dune's like moral and socio-political pretensions are kind of ridiculous. When you get right down to it, it's like this ultra libertarian view of the world, and it has like this very like annoying, like very cynical way of thinking about things. You know, Star Wars is like, at least Star Wars has like some kind of moral core. Like Star Wars is closer to Tolkien than it is to something like Dune or something like I'm thinking of something like Asimov,
like Game of Thrones as well.
I am a huge proponent that A Song of Ice and Fire, in the right view through the right lens, is actually has a lot of moral core to it. I can go deep on that, but George, but that's also like when George is like not giving into his worst instincts as a Martin is not giving into his worst instincts as a writer, because when he does give into his worst instincts as a writer, you get like horrendous shit,
Basically, just torture porn.
Fire and Blood. There are chunks of Fire and Blood, the World book, that are awful, like awful.
Well, actually, George is actually not that torture porny.
He's not. I mean, I would.
He, Mr. Terry Goodkind is very torture porny.
Oh god, yeah. Terry Goodkind is one of the worst authors of all time. Not just in terms of literature, but like as a person.
Yeah, he's a horrible human being. He's terrible. He's also like clearly this guy has narcissism. Like he's above the genre, even though he has barely made any imprint.
Yeah, like Star Wars is kind of like the moral like certitude of something like Tolkien, but like filtered through like an awkward hippie boomer lens.
Yeah.
That's kind of how I would phrase it. So it's
that's
even though it's like very naive in places, very frustrating places, it's not like the Ewoks. It's not like offensive. It's not like overtly like offensive to my sensibilities the way like something like Dune gets, or the way like I don't know, like I'm sure we can think of 1,000 different things.
So anyhow, all things considered, now that we've been ranting for
we've been on this tangent forever,
for like a year now. So overall, what are your thoughts on Andor? Since it is the Andor commentary, your thoughts on the first 4 episodes done? Will you say that it's less annoying than you originally thought it was going to be?
I do like it. It's one of those things where it is not something that I will rewatch at all after it is finished.
I mean, that's fair. This is my 5th rewatch, to be honest.
I will finish the series, but I will finish the series with you guys for the sake of the commentary, and because I think the conversation around Andor is more interesting than the show itself. I might be weird because
that is the only reason I am even remotely interested in this show, because the conversation around this show is how like it's like the mature version of Star Wars. Which I'm not saying it's not.
Yeah.
But like, okay, let's see what that really is like.
Yeah.
And the problem with a mature version of Star Wars is that it's going to be watched by Star Wars fans. Which is my favorite quote about Andor.
You mean idiots?
Yeah. So
that's my rank. If those children were over here, they would be quite offended right now.
Yeah, and also, so Crimson, what are your thoughts on Andor so far?
I don't think it's incompetent in any way. Obviously, I don't hold a lot of reservation about technical competence. Like I don't like nitpicking that kind of stuff. I'm far more interested in the ideas it's going to try and present.
Yeah, I think you're really like Andor, because right now we're just still saying the groundwork for essentially a lot of the set pieces take place, and all for the characters to properly interact. And
I mean, I'll appreciate his depth of thought.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I'm gonna like what it says. In fact, from what I've seen, I'm gonna very much dislike what it says.
Why do you say that?
Because I'm a ruthless authoritarian and I don't like hearing commie bullshit. But I digress.
It's funny, but I will say, yeah, it is a very fascinating show to watch, and it's very like Tony Gilroy came into making Andor with the mindset that he wanted this show to be remembered, and he wanted people to enjoy it regardless of where they are, like what time. So that's why a lot of the theme is very like universal, as well, universal truths towards it. However, it's still going to dive into the nuance, so it's not extremely vague to a point where you don't really understand what he's trying to communicate. But I think you'll really like it overall.
No, yeah, good story should say something, even if you disagree with it. Like I said, I don't like a lot of Dune, but like I appreciate what's going on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So overall, yeah. So who's your favorite character so far? A character you're more interested in seeing? Crimson.
Well, I mean, I am a sucker for a good, like, underdog antagonist. I really hope that what's his name, the guy
Cyril?
Yeah,
Cyril.
Yeah, like I really hope he's not. I mean, from what you guys said, he's kind of reduced to a joke, which I don't like.
Not really, no.
No,
Okay,
nobody ever gets reduced to a joke.
No, he's not.
This show is very straightforward, and it's a straight shooter. It's not going to bullshit you.
And I am looking forward to like seeing the Qyburn character.
Partagaz.
Like I'm looking like I don't know, I always like a good villain, and I know like roughly what Andor himself goes through, and I can appreciate that kind of character. I'm not, it's about how the characters like play off each other that I'm most interested in.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, we also have Luthen, essentially the main orchestra behind the scenes, living a double life, always manipulating people to get what he wants in a very fascinating.
I would like to reemphasize, Luthen is basically one of the two founders of the rebellion.
He's like probably taking Garm Belidlus's place, I guess.
Yeah,
I guess you could say that.
So
he doesn't steal a tank though, but
yeah, but like he's like the inverse. You really have like an inverse of him, right? Whereas Garm Belidlus is like a military guy. He's like a skeevy spy guy.
Isn't he the guy with that stupid annoying tank in Empire at War that I?
Yes, that's who you're thinking.
Fuck that guy. Fuck him.
Not
You're not allowed to have You're not allowed to bring a tank onto the battlefield that has hard points, turbo lasers, and a freaking shield. That's cheating, you cunt.
Look, you only hate them if you fight against them, okay? I usually play as the Rebellion because they're usually, of course, like the underdogs. They have usually the most underpowered units, but they're still really fun to play as a result of that. And
Raptor, they have B-Wings. They are not underpowered. They're not underpowered.
Yeah, the comparison to most of the stuff that the Zon Consortium and the Empire has, overall, they are underpowered in comparison. They are the most underpowered faction of the three. They still have overpowered stuff, but overall, the Empire's more overpowered stuff, and same with Zon Consortium. Zon Consortium is just way too busted.
You've clearly never ran a Pearl Harbor build with a freaking Rebellion.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, you ought to see like 10 squads of B-Wings flying up to your space station and completely anal it in 5 seconds?
Well, that won't really be the case. You have a bunch of Tartan patrol cruisers, so there's like 8 or 9.
Anyway, and don't worry, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah. Overall, the show is starting off pretty strong, and I will admit, I was like you guys. I wasn't particularly like too hooked, but I was interested to see how it was going because it was highly competent, and it went through some very unconventional storytelling caveats, like the fact that it doesn't have an extremely compelling hook at the end of each episode, much like Better Call Saul, for instance. It just kind of ends. And that in turn is kind of what hooked me because I saw a lot of Better Call Saul DNA. It might be unintentional, in Andor, and that's particularly why I was interested in Andor, because it's a very slow-paced, like thought-provoking show.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. It takes itself seriously. I like its tone. I you know, it's not just well done. Like I can watch plenty of Marvel movies that are well done. I still fucking hate them.
Okay, interesting. Okay, which ones do you not like?
The Marvel movies?
Yeah,
this is a night full of hot takes.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think Civil War is particularly well done, but like that was probably the movie that really soured me on it. That and Avengers. That not Avengers. Age of Ultron.
Age of Ultron was bad. Yeah.
You know, I don't really care for the Guardian of the Galaxy movies very much. Guardian of the Galaxy's movies very much. You know, there are obviously bad ones like I don't like the animated sequels are garbage and
So essentially, you acknowledge that there are good MCU films, even though you don't particularly like them.
No, like there are good ones. Like Iron Man is good. Winter Soldier, Winter Soldier is obviously excellent. That's probably the best of them, right? There are movies, like a good example of a movie.
That's actually a hot take.
Yeah, Winter Soldier is actually not that well written. Actually,
I don't think it's greatly well written.
Hydra is insanely bizarre as an antagonist.
Also, saying that Civil War was the bad movie is also kind of a hot take as well. Usually it's reversed nowadays. Maybe not nowadays. Maybe not like at all, but like there's definitely some opinions about Civil War and Winter Soldier that are reversed from what you just said.
I personally think Civil War is the best superhero film ever made.
It's actually
a really big hard take, but
we don't have to have a argument right now. But
I mean, it is a really good film, though.
It's not my favorite superhero story. That's probably Watchmen, but yeah.
I mean, I think though, I did see something that's relevant to you, Wissia. Guess who's going to be playing Kida and Milo, or who might be doing that in the upcoming Atlantis: The Lost Empire remake?
Oh no!
This is how they're making a live-action remake of Atlantis: The Lost Empire.
Oh god!
Tom Holland and Zendaya.
No.
Oh no!
Of course they're.
Why would you say that? What you should have said?
We have to get DreamWorks in on this racket. No, listen, we have to get DreamWorks in on this racket because we need a live action shell now. Stat.
Why did you say that?
Because
why did you tell me about that?
Because I thought because of your reaction just now was hilarious.
Why did this no.
Why would you say that?
No.
Don't you like the idea of
no. Fucking that. Keep her away. Keep her the fuck away. No, I don't care. I don't care. I don't. Yes, we're talking about Atlantis: The Lost Empire. They are potentially going to cast Zendaya as Kida, and Tom Holland as Milo, which I'm like, no, stop, Joe, guys, what are you doing? No, don't do this. Don't ruin this movie.
Everything can be remade endlessly. Everything. Like it's.
Why are
you... isn't even that good. It's not even that good.
God.
I mean, it's good for what it is, but like.
No, it was
probably better. Sure, it's probably better.
I really liked that movie. That was a good movie, and now they're going to do this too. Why? It doesn't
because they're not going to do a live action Lion King 2. That's why. They're not going to do Mulan 2 live action.
They already did one. They already did one though. They did a prequel.
I know.
They did. Yeah, they did.
I know. I know. I'm doing that on purpose. I'm setting up the joke on purpose.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I thought you were talking about like another installment, not
right.
An actual...
They're. I mean, I want to see Mulan 2 live action.
I would love to see.
Don't you fucking do that to me. Don't you fucking do that to me.
Welcome back, Aspiring. Where have you been?
He's been dead.
Look, What? How would you even write a Mulan 2? Mulan 2 requires having 3 other characters that aren't Mulan and also Mushu.
I mean, do characters
The
not
entire
have
fucking
exist?
yeah? It's like, I'm sorry, they aren't in the fucking movie. How would you do a Mulan 2? The entire Mulan 2
Rouge.
is based on the fucking song of Girl Worth Fighting For. It's basically what made the fucking movie.
I know. I'm aware how lame Mulan 2 is. Like, it's part of the joke.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
What did you say about me, Trip?
Well,
Do it.
This was
Tell me.
it's mostly just something about. Well, it's just sorry. We just don't see eye to eye. Even like just about Return of the Jedi, we're not even comparing Return of the Jedi to modern films. We're comparing Return of the Jedi
It
to
is
the
better
films that
than
were
your
previous.
average. Like
It is
Return of the Jedi is
better,
better than your
yeah.
average modern film. Where
The main
you agree with that?
And I think we didn't really discuss the fact that like Luke and Vader is genuinely good. Like the inner conflict with Vader and Luke is really, really good. I think that is the main thing that makes that a lot of people remember Return of the Jedi really fondly. And
it redeems the movie.
It redeems the movie. And I think like they're distracted by how dumb the Jabba's palace scene is by how comparatively fun it is. Even though it's kind of
the Jabba stuff is harmless, right? It's just kind of innocuous. It's just kind of long, but it's harmless.
I will admit that I was very bored by the Jabba's palace bit until
please don't go back over there. Can we
Sure. Okay.
I'm so tired of talking about Return of the Jedi. Like
Fair
I'm
enough.
just
Okay.
so tired of talking about it.
Yeah. So well, let's kind of see. So who would you so let's see. Where does Kita rank on your list of waifus exactly? Like what's the
we're going to this now.
Hold on. You understand that Kita basically instilled within me an attraction to women of darker complexion who are also a little tomboyish and a little aggressive, and the white colored hair, like the unnatural white hair, those were all instilled in. The attraction to all of that was instilled into me by her, basically. So she has to be up at the top. She has to be somewhere at the top. Like top 3, maybe
3, okay.
number 2.
So who would you cast as Kita if there was a live action remake?
I don't know actresses done, and I definitely don't know many. Definitely don't know many actresses that I would cast to play her. I mean, if I know the original VA looks a lot like the character, so maybe if she's up for it, but I doubt
she's
it.
56.
Yeah, exactly my point. Like,
yeah. Oh my gosh, I got that right. I wasn't even looking at it. I got it right. I was thinking.
Jesus Christ, done.
What?
I was just like, how? She's like 56, and then I googled it. It's like I was exactly right. I wasn't even looking at it.
Oh, wait, we are talking about Atlantis still.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You see, she looks more like the actual character than
Rachel Zegler.
What about what's her name that played Snow White? No.
That's
she's not. She's never walking. Poison. She's never working at Hollywood ever again. and I don't say that to be out of contempt. I say that out of pity.
It's just an objective fact.
Yeah, like in many respects, she is going to be considered the scapegoat for the
failure of Snow White.
Just because of her comments and the fact that there was a very heavy backlash to the point where she had to be coached in an interview with Haley Bailey, the chick who played Ariel, Little Mermaid. Yeah, who's seems like she's a charming and likable person who is not like at all bad.
She was just a poor casting decision.
Well, she's just kind of not a very good. She just seems like she doesn't know what to say.
She's not self-aware. She's your typical self-important actor.
She's very dumb.
But also, like, some of her political comments, though, are definitely going to ensure the fact that she never sees the inside of a Hollywood studio for the rest of her life. Like, out of, like, Hollywood is pretty much, like, the Zionist propaganda center in the United States. That, like, and sorry to get dangerously political over here, but that is just a fact. And she is basically directly speaking out against them and their ideology in their backyard, essentially. Because, which, you know, do I really need to say? Do I really need to explain how stupid of a decision it is to go up to the people, to go to Hollywood and then espouse anti-Zionist rhetoric? Like, you may as well be going up to the Nazis and going off about how horrible Adolf Hitler is and how he's stupid and crap. Good luck. Let's see what happens to you right after.
Yeah, she is very much. She committed career suicide with the publicity.
With her politics.
She activisted too hard to this one.
She thought she was more valuable than she was.
Yeah.
Well, I guess just kind of for the sake of like the experiment, out of these, who do you think would work?
What is this?
John,
Why has this Andor commentary default into this now?
Why do you insist? Why do you insist on this?
I'm not insisting on anything. I just find this amusing.
Done. Look, we don't need to see how you look up porn and still try and not say it's porn, okay?
Why is the age rating 90 plus?
I don't know, because
range.
Because it's a joke, because she's old.
Bruh.
That's the joke. That Kita is like a few thousand years old.
Yes, it's very funny. You yeah, I agree with Trip on this one. You really need to get laid, done.
Look, I get the marriage thing is connected with the sex thing for you, but I would highly suggest that you reconsider the mental effect that's had on your psyche, especially if you end up being a bachelor at age 100.
I won't.
Look, I think that rule was made. Look. I think that rule was made with the expectation that you would get married before you turn 25, either because you managed to pick someone up, or in your case, someone arranged one for you. And unfortunately, both of those are not true.
You must do what you think is right, of course.
Wes, have you been laid?
Thank you.
No.
No, I'm here to encourage you to follow you to maintain your integrity.
I think I am the only one here that might have actually had sex.
Well, Xula has also had sex.
Okay, Xula's not in the call.
Well,
Axel has gotten laid several times.
I have a
girlfriend.
girlfriend.
I definitely know that.
I'm going to see her tomorrow.
Good for you.
Yes, the frizz.
I mean, thanks. I'm just...
He also got freaky too.
Yeah, he got a little freaky one time. Yeah, that's true.
Do not fucking call what he does freaky. That is baby shit. Fuck that. That is almost vanilla.
Okay, well,
the animatronics do get a little quirky at
that
night.
Is what he has described is fucking amateur shit. No offense to him, just your bar is low for what the hell is freaky.
Let me ask you guys, at the risk of actually
look, it is
back on track.
I think it's topical considering what happens.
Go on.
So so the people who like this show, what is your favorite character?
My favorite character is Luthen.
Luthen Rail immediately.
Luthen's actually my favorite character in all of Star Wars, better than anyone in OT.
The leader for me, right? The
essentially
partner.
No, the guy you interacted with. The guy with interacted with Mon Mothma and Andor.
Yeah, I know he's not her husband or whatever. I'd be like his political.
I agree. I agree with Exula. Dedra might honestly be coming up as it.
Yeah,
it's a competition between Dedra and Cassian.
Yeah, Cassian is highly underappreciated as in terms of protagonists go. I'm an Andor defender, not just
no one's gonna say the protagonist is a favorite character though, right? Like
to be fair, I also did just see the 2 worst episodes for Cassian, while she just had like the biggest boss moment possible, where she put the fucking bitch in her place.
That was unironically like in the top 10 best Andor scenes of all time, and it came from the worst arc of the show.
I was just like waiting for it. I'm like, yes, thank you.
It's so funny.
Personally,
for
me though, I think
sorry.
I think my ranking for Andor characters would definitely be Luthen Rail up at the top because of just how great not only the actor's performance but also the character himself and the fact that
so fascinating.
Yeah, but also then that we get down over to my second slot, which is a very contentious slot because there's a lot of different characters that could easily slip in over there. But I think that Cyril Karn goes right beneath Luthen. Because of just like what they did with him was incredible. I loved what they did with his character. They could have gone in any sort of number of directions, a lot of them pretty bad and even freaking, patronizing or whatever. But instead they chose to take the most... Given how much you talked to was, I can understand the taming of lust. Trip, are you calling me a prude?
Honestly, it can go either way with you.
This is true. But anyway, like I was... I mean, my book is not me. I'll say that. It is a part of me, but it is not me. But anyway, Cyril Karn went in a direction that was really, calling you a sexual cooler. Aspiring, translate. I don't speak Trip.
Read what I just said.
Jesus Christ. Please be direct with me. What do you mean?
Yeah, I've honestly never heard that.
I've never heard that for my entire life.
I doubt it's a phrase that's commonly used.
But anyway,
I don't think it's a strip. I think it's a phrase only he uses.
I do think that we do need to start wrapping it up a little bit.
Weak.
Oh, a cooler in Gambler's Luck is someone that kills a
Oh, so I kill people's desire for sex.
Oh, well, I'm not a gambler, so
I thought it was someone's potential for sex.
Yeah.
Which I would disprove.
Yeah. So,
then again, maybe Trip is like a sexual heater, so it counters.
Yeah.
I am going to say I'm actually flattered by that. Thank you, Trip.
So I do want to wrap up, but one thing I did want to bring up, I did get a suggestion from Codex after the discussion a little bit ago. He wants to have a debate about Return of the Jedi at some point next year.
I'm down.
I think it would be very interesting.
I'm down.
I think it would be...
I'm bad at debates.
I mean, tell Codex I'm down for that debate.
Talk anyone zero about anything.
Yeah, but I think that would be very interesting to kind of have that discussion.
Because Return of the Jedi is a very big can of worms that we can't really do justice right now with the Andor commentary.
I mean, one of the reasons I actually like Star Wars, I still like Star Wars even after all this time, is that like even in its flaws, it's very informative, right? Like,
Yeah,
it's not just dog shit.
I would agree. Yeah, it's
Very
interesting
fascinating to talk about.
Yeah, I think Trip actually. It's actually interesting. I don't know if this is accurate, but I often find discussion and dissection of media more entertaining than the media itself, mainly because usually because the discussion is
Stories should only be better the more you think about them.
Yeah, and honestly, oftentimes discussion will make a movie better or worse.
Yeah.
Like discussing Stardust, for example, with other people makes me appreciate Stardust more. Same with stuff like Princess Bride.
Yeah, exactly.
Or
Shakespeare, even Song of Ice and Fire, right? Like, it's all like how like talking about something is like the way to enjoy something.
I don't know if that's in reference to what Axela said or what we said.
I think that it's that the media being less interesting than the discussion around it. I think that's what it's a reference to. Discussion.
I mean,
often fun and
say that applies to pretty much every form of media. The discussion is always more interesting than the media itself. You can play that like Lord of the Rings or like Dune or
it's like literally a media. You're right.
Like because you can apply that to any great piece of fiction, but the discussion always going to be more interesting than the media itself. So I wouldn't say that as a negative.
Yeah, you have to unpack the content of the work, to, like fully grasp it.
We're just
worth 1,000 words, as they say.
Yep.
I don't know if it's not really arrogance. It's just we're taking the movie on its own terms, and we're just we're even just comparing it to the standard set by previous entries.
Yeah.
I mean, taking on its own merits.
I mean, it was pretty informed in terms of the content of Return of the Jedi and why it's bad.
And if you have a good enough argument, it's not arrogance. It's just that's just the way it is. Like if you have a bad argument, usually that's founded on false information or bad information.
Arrogant.
Honestly, honestly, George Lucas's own comments from his own mouth are really informative of his mentality. He does not like plots or character-driven drama. He thinks that they're boring.
He's being a little facetious when he says that. He's being a little facetious.
I know, but it's very informative though. I think it's very informative because it's like, oh, so those are all of the problems with the prequels summed up in one sentence.
No, the problem with prequels is that they're like poor.
Yeah, he also repeats these phrases too, so he does believe in it. It's slightly exaggerated.
Mm-hmm.
I said he was being facetious. I didn't say he was being insincere.
Yeah. Well, it's just when he says it twice in nearly the exact same way, it's kind of indicative of and the fact that he likes pure cinema, and doesn't seem to understand stuff like, no, you can't watch this on silent and still get a lot of the beats.
Yeah, that one is like really ridiculous. That argument really winds me up because it's like if it's supposed to be silent, then there shouldn't be dialogue.
Mm-hmm. There's also the element of he's not even replicating silent film or acting well. That's it. If even just a straightforward comparison between the two, it's like no, this is a bad comparison. Your actors are not as expressive enough to qualify for that.
They're not pantomiming and they're usually actually saying it. They're not the content of their words is actually important. The
whole conversation between Dooku and Obi-Wan, you can't have that be silent and not get the
even the meaning of the I can't believe I'm going to say I don't know if I can repeat this or not. Even the content of the sand dialogue, is like it's important because he's trying to explain how the reason he likes Padme is that she's not like him. Yeah. Right? And his past. Like that actually the content of that matters.
Yeah. It's just kind of weird. It's just kind of interesting to like dissect George Lucas as a filmmaker and a storyteller and kind of compare his much more talented past to his unfettered future, where he didn't have people to take away the drawing from him and say, George, it's fine. Stop adding to it. Let's refine this. And this into something that general audiences will actually like and appreciate for years to come, instead of films that have a contentious 50-50 split.
Yeah.
Which is better than the sequels, which has a 80-20 to negative.
Oh, that's being generous.
Well, there's still people that think The Last Jedi and The Force Awakens are good.
I mean, like
they are significantly better than the last one. I will defend that. I will defend that. And I
will agree. Well,
yeah, Force Awakens is better than TLJ. Yeah, that's true. But
Rise of Sky. Everybody agrees the Rise of Skywalker was bad.
No, the Rise of Skywalker is like
except for Movie Bob. He was like one of the 5 people on the planet who actually like that movie.
Rise of Skywalker is like what every arrogant critic of Star Wars who dismiss them as dumb action movies. That's the movie that Rise of Skywalker is. It's like the dumb action movie of Star Wars.
Yeah.
And
friends.
Yeah.
Sorry, go for it.
Oh yeah, and everything, the fact that they even tried aping Endgame in that movie
is really funny.
Yes,
So
and also the most embarrassing thing about the Rise of Skywalker is in the end script, the original draft of the script where Hux is still alive and still a thing. It says at the end, Hux realizes that he has lost the Star War. Fuck you, whoever wrote that and whoever decided to make this a movie.
Well, we know who it was. It was Chris Terrio, the guy who wrote Batman v Superman and Justice League.
Phenomenal movies.
That explains everything.
Man, you talk about
all right.
A stillborn.
We're finished here. We finished up. We will not be continuing any further. One could even say that we are.
No, we all know what we're about to say.
We are all the Jedi. Okay, let's go.
We're done.
We are all the Jedi. Yeah.
But we are all done.
Yes, we are all the done.
We're part of the done. Yeah, we're part of the hive mind pluribus. That's also done.
All right. That's what you said. Who? Context, Trip. Context.
We are finished or something. Which is taking
done by done. All right. Let's call it good here, folks. This is fun. We'll
fun. We need to do this more.
Yeah, unironically, Andor might actually just revive these interactions we've all been having because we've been starved of it.
They might revive the channel.
Content.
Yeah, I'll be interested to. I know Night of the Seven Kingdoms is coming out next year. Same with House of the Dragon season 3, which I believe that Night of the Seven Kingdoms will be good. House of the Dragon season 3, I don't believe will be good. Because George
the character assassinate.
Mm-hmm.
And the character assassinate a lot of characters in season 2.
I think another problem is just George R. R. Martin was clearly pissed. Pissed to the degree that he broke protocol.
I forgot.
And just
I forgot season 3 of Rings of Power is also coming out next year.
I mean, the House of the Dragon is the Dance of the Dragons is the worst thing he fucking wrote. He got no right to be pissed off. He can go piss himself all he wants.
Yeah, I think the major problem is just he wrote himself into a corner and couldn't, and just I think like Preston Jacobs actually has a very good point that the Dance of the Dragons itself, the war, does not make any sense.
You know how, like I said, like there's like Martin when his worst instincts are on display, it's awful. That's the Dance of the Dragons is that story.
I think also there were kind of cracks in the foundation as far back as a Game of Thrones, but we didn't realize that they were cracks until he actually continued expanding on the story he wrote.
We can't do this. We'll be here. I'll be here for hours.
Yeah, we'll do I think the main thing that we'll have to do this once.
We need to do a post-mortem on A Song of Ice and Fire as a stream.
Yeah,
that's what we need to do.
Yeah.
We had the perfect send off several times done.
Yeah, I know. We'll figure it out.
We're never
We'll
gonna stop talking, Lucia. We're never gonna stop talking.
We're never gonna be done.
We're never gonna be done. This is us rebelling against Dunn's influence. We're just not gonna be done.
All right. I'll end it here. See you later, folks. Bye.
Good night, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.